Good afternoon. It is Friday again. Um, wow. It's been a week. You will hear my phone be going off because apparently some crap's going down at work. And my dutiful co-worker, well, we do a lot of texting. In fact, hi Christy. Me and my co-worker, it's constant, frankly. Um, I, I mean, I'm glad his wife likes me, because otherwise you'd think there was something, like, up. Because it is kind of morning, noon, and night. It will be easily 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're still at it. Um, everywhere he goes, everywhere he does, there are, if he's off, I'm telling him all about, I'm keeping him up to date with what's going on. If I'm not at work and he is, he's keeping me up to date with what's going on. And then there's while we're at work, bitching sessions, and because, well, everyone occasionally has a good bitch, but for us, it's more of did he just say that? Really? I thought with something else. And it's not a bitch, it's just a conversation. And so we do it during meetings. It does seem that all we do all day is send text messages. Yep. And of course, I'm used to reading my text messages out loud to myself to make sure they make sense. Can't really do that with you lot listening, so bear with me. As I say, it's been a bit of a week. I've done a bit more, I won't call it working to roll, but working to timelines this week so that I should not be quite as tired. And indeed, I've had a good bit of a nap since work. I finished work 2 hours ago. I've had a bit of a good nap. This also helps. And it is a tradition. It is a long-standing tradition where I work. Well, for the clients that I now work for, but where I work, because we do extra hours Monday to Thursday, we do short day Friday. We still work the same number, if technically potentially more than others used to, but we do a standard working week. We just do our hours slightly differently. So we work half an hour extra Monday to Thursday so that you can have a bit of time off Friday. And, well, yeah, it means that we get to do only 5 hours on a Friday, and, well, the incentive is to get up nice and early. Unfortunately, I didn't get to sleep till after 2 o'clock this morning, so I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but as I say, did have a good nap. And I know I'm okay on the sleep front. I have a really good litmus test for am I too tired or am I averagely tired? If I remember dreaming, even if I don't overly remember what it was about, that normally means, unless it's a stressy dream, small caveat on that, but if it's a pleasant enough dream, it's because I am at the right amount of sleep. And so I did do some dreaming during my nap, therefore I consider myself on par with the old kind of sleeperino, and caught up a bit of stress and crap from last week because it wasn't a stressy dream, because I've had a few of those, and I've had a few migraines, so now I need to ask people this, please, people, other than Christy, because I don't know how many anyone else is out there, but Christy and everybody else, if it's nighttime and you close your eyes, do you just see like a black card, i.e. just pure black, nothing, or is it more like when you take a photo of the pitch black with a digital camera, and there's lots of little subtle colours that kind of move around a bit because it's making it up. So do you get flat black, nothing, or do you get kind of brain making it up stuff? And this is not about thoughts, dreams, or anything else. This is just, as you shut your eyes, do you sit at night, so there's no other light, so it should arguably be black, unless you sleep in the sunshine, obviously, but I'm talking I'm talking in complete darkness, or near enough, when you shut your eyes. Do you see made up brain things, or do you get just black? Because it's something that's been bothering me recently. The reason I ask is that even with my eyes open, if it's dark, my brain makes stuff up. Now, it's always made stuff up, and it's always kind of like, you know, really dark, but it's almost like TV interference, but not quite as bright. So it's not white and black, but it'll be dark colours that kind of almost with an interference style pattern, i.e. this kind of hissy bit over the black, right? It makes shit up. When I've got a migraine, it's a bit like my... See, I knew it was just me. Right. Because you'd notice. It's not something you wouldn't notice. But when you get a sleep later, or when it gets, you know, when it gets dark enough and you can turn off all the lights and it's kind of black, close your eyes and think about it and think about what you see. Is there this kind of interference pattern, or is it just literally like a sheet of black card? You know, and let me know, because I'm pretty sure it's only me. Well, I'm not only me, but I'm sure it is uncommon. Let's put it that way. Anyway, but when I get migraines, you know, like if you've got a really, really bright light to the side of you, and maybe in front of you is therefore darker because your eyes are contracted, and you've got this kind of imposing light from the sides, but the core is black. This is often how my migraines are when I'm at night. During the day, they're different. Well, they feel different because you get your eyes open and there's light. But at night, I get like these side lights that glow onto my eyeballs. My eyeballs generate... If you've ever worn contact lenses in ultraviolet, you get the same effect, because the contact lenses glow in ultraviolet, but you can't see them glowing, but you kind of do, because it's a bit like looking through a ring light, but the ring light's let me throw the pillow up. So if your eyeballs this, because it's round, you get, like, obviously the contact lens sits on top, right? But what you get is the glow reflects round the edge of the contact lens, and you can see it. So you get this side light effect, right? And this is kind of what I get at night when I've got a migraine. But I also get the kind of flashy poppy colour things. And do you know how hard it is when basically your brain cells are giving you a full-on firework display? I mean, firework displays are cool when you want one. So yeah, now, I have a thing to show you. I have been busy this week. Well, I haven't been busy. Well, I have been busy this week. But, it's right, it's kind of knotted on itself. Hang on, let me just sort this out. How did you achieve this, please, Mr. Pair of Shuttles? Right. I have been making... Oops. Tiny. Zoom in a bit. Hang on. Boof. Right. I have been making this. As you can tell, a bit small. But, this is with the nice thread. So, I've got one with sticker. And purple with sticker. And it is so much easier to use. It's, I mean, as you can see here, it doesn't auto straighten. Remember I showed you, I can't really show you at the moment because, well, I've kind of used the other bobbin as a holder for the string for my cross stitch. But part of the reason I thought I picked this up and started making this was because, and nothing... Oh, I hope he's okay. Well, he's obviously okay because he's, well, you know, he's still here and, you know, he's had his operation and stuff. But I hope it all goes well for him. Knee and hips and stuff are hard going. Hips worse, admittedly, because, you know, even when you're sitting, you're using it. So, yeah, I mean, good luck to him. I hope he's okay. But I picked this up because, well, as we know, you know, the joy of tatting is that's everything, right? And it meant that I could just kind of pick it up whenever and put it down whenever. But I am feeling quite proud of it because, I mean, this bit's kind of stuck up a little bit. Hang on, let's flatten that a bit. But as you can tell, it's fairly flat. The purple is a bit lighter in person. Not a lot lighter, but a little bit lighter in person. But I do like how that looks. I like the contrast between the light and the dark without it being black. Hurrah. But in person, I won't say the purple and the white are equal, because obviously white is a brighter colour, you are more drawn to it, and that's fine. But if you look at the purple, you don't get pulled back to the white, you still look at the purple. And in person, it's a lot easier to see some of the detail. But it's not, I don't think I've twisted anything. I have made a cock up already. There. This loop should be joined one loop up. Bite me. But other than that, I'm reasonably confident that I didn't stuff it up too bad. I mean, that looks a bit out of shape, but it's not stuffed up, it's just a bit out of shape. Yeah, I mean, a knee operation is a big deal because, you know, frankly, they chop out your knee and put, you know, depending exactly on what they did, but it varies from, but they chop one or two bones ends off and replace them with either a new ball socket and a new ball or one or the other. It is, and hips are worse, as I said. And it is very difficult. At least with knees, it's not so bad if, you know, the more sedentary you are from the start. With hips, it is absolutely empirical that you must get up and you must be active on it. Otherwise, you will never do it again. And I've never quite understood why, but apparently. And of course, the other problem with it, you know, at least if it's a knit, you know, I bear in mind I had, as a younger person, so when I was half this age, I had a metal pole in my leg, and that metal pole all but replaced my entire femur. And it ground on my pelvis, so joy to me. And it meant that I put a lot of weight on my other leg, which caused problems for my other leg, because like all animals, you know, if you overuse one, your body doesn't like it, it then gets more problems. And of course, they then rectified the pole issues, because they took it out. But, well, so maybe the pain of that grinding away went, but the other leg was already damaged. The other leg has already done more than its fair share. So, I have lots of these things likely in my future. But it is very difficult because, so I have that kind of understanding of what it's like to have real bad knee issues because I've bust both knees. I've obviously not had them replaced yet. But at the same time, you know, I've had major operations on both of them. I've had major operation on my hip, twice. So I do know that it's never fun. It's not that any operation particularly is fun, but I do know that some operations really aren't that bad. I mean, it's going to sound really bizarre. I expected my bowel surgery to be hell on earth, because it was going to be one of the longest operations I'd had. Even though I'd had plenty, it was going to be one of the longest operations I had. And, you know, potentially life-altering. And, you know, the biggest incision hole, the whole works. I never had any pain whatsoever. Not a tiny bit. Not even a dull ache. Literally and absolutely nothing. I woke up in ICU and they kept me there for over 24 hours. I think it was nearly 48. And then moved me to a ward. And I have no idea why I was there. Because, you know, it was always, oh, well, you know, you'll be in ICU for a day. And, you know, because, you know, there's all these worries that can happen. And I'm sure there are. And don't get me wrong, as a girl who's had a perforated bowel, I do know that if it goes really, really wrong, it will be incredibly painful. But no, literally, it didn't hurt at all. The only problem I had was they did try to give me, what's the thing they inject into your kind of spine so that when you're pregnant, so you don't feel it. They gave me one of those anyway, and they missed. They didn't hit what they were supposed to. It didn't numb the bits that it was supposed to, which caused a bit of a panic, because all it did was numb my left leg entirely, and I couldn't move it. It completely paralysed my leg for a bit. I then started getting trigger leg in the other one. Trigger leg is when you get this real urge to move and you pull your leg twitches, and it's kind of this constant feeling like it's about to go. And they, you know, that was obviously a bit of a concern because it's not supposed to do that. Didn't feel any pain whatsoever. My stomach wasn't numb. The bit that was supposed to be numb wasn't numb, but my leg was. To the point you probably could have branded me like cattle, and I'd have watched it going, well, that smells a bit rum. Yeah, I literally, it was a dead piece of meat on the end of kind of thing on the end of my body. It was a bit weird. And that took a couple of days to kind of sort itself out. And fully be back to normal, because they kept putting hot and cold things on it and going, can you feel that? No. Kind of deal. And then I had a couple more days after that where I was fully connected up to pee things and all the rest of it. And once they disconnected me, I think I had one more day where they made sure I could walk up and downstairs, and then I got to go home again. They told me I would be in there 10 days. Minimum. Wasn't even a week. I was out. And I did say to him, you're doing this on the Friday. I will want to be out on Monday. And Monday, I was basically ready to go home. I could have gone home on the Monday. But when I spoke to them, I did say I've got two rather annoying, enthusiastic dogs. Can I stay another day just to make sure it's a bit more healed? Because obviously, you know, I'm held together with staples, for Christ's sake. It's all that's holding my guts in. Don't really want the dogs popping the staples. And yeah, that's what happened. But literally, I was ready to go home on the Monday. It was frightening. It really was quite frightening how on Monday I could have gone home. And he said, you said you'd be ready to go home on Monday. And I went, yeah. You chopped it. You fixed it. It didn't hurt. I'm ready to go. Don't want to waste your time and effort, you know. But yeah, anyway, back to these. this is turning out pretty well, I feel. I think it's doing all right. It looks pretty pretty. So yes, I am going to make a few more of those and join them together. I have noticed that the edge pulls in a bit, so don't really have one of the same size. But hang on, let me tug on my little pot of these. Right, so this is going to be close enough. The same size. It's a bit screwed up and not so flat, but if you look, the middles don't really touch. So I may have to do something slightly creative with that. And I'm pretty sure I can make them touch if I try really hard, but might have to do something a little bit more creative there. Because it's close, but not quite. But yeah. Because of course this was made with slightly different size thread, so it's a bit bigger, you see, so couldn't really use that one as my templates. Put that back in there. So I've been doing that over the last couple of days. I think this is day 3 now. I'm obviously not spending all day doing it because, well, I've had a job and you know, I've got my job to do and all the rest of it. But after work, I've done a bit of this. First day I made the initial diamond, and I think the second day I did. No, the first day I did the diamond, and I think I got to this corner, and then the second day I did this bit. So I'm not particularly slow at it. I am trying very hard to make sure I join all the things that I'm supposed to join and don't forget, and county, and I have had to undo a couple of bits and redo a bit because, well, so for example, I know I got to here and started this loop, not this loop, and so then had to unpick it to do that loop. But yeah, I'm kind of pleased with how that's turning out. So I hadn't done more of my cross stitch and do any of that last weekend. I was just too tired. I was going to screw it up if I did that last weekend. But hopefully this weekend I shall. Oh, stop it. It's right, they're not sitting on the thing I put them on. I shall be doing more of my cross stitch this weekend, and that would be nice. Especially as I was hoping to. Well, I wasn't expecting it to finish for April because, well, that was never going to be a thing. But I was hoping that I would be at least significantly closer than I currently am for April. I think I did 3 or so % in kind of almost one weekend, and I was thinking that if I keep that up, I should be, you know, getting there. But because obviously a lot of the first weekend was wasted with setting it up, counting it, and then I got myself the little calorie pen thing that I can use, and that makes it a lot quicker. It really, really does. So yeah, hope to do some more of that. But we are not here for any of those. We are here, and dutifully so, for the lace making. Right. Oh, eep. Oh, my foot's gone to sleep already. Okay. We need to do this side. Think. Pull you around there for a minute. So I don't need most of you. I do need most of you. Put you there. Bing! Guess what we must have. Guess what we must have. Guess what we must have. Oh, yes, we must have. Okay. Trying to give him work round. Apparently he can't do what he's been scheduled to do because of the thing we found this morning. Apparently he's trying to blame me for asking him a question and saying I must have done it, but you need to be at the backup command line. I don't know access to that, so sorry mate, I can't do that. I may be good at a lot of things, but I can't do everything. Oh, that's your shit, I don't do those anymore. I don't do that. I was just trying to help a co-worker with something. I'm wondering. Because I asked the backup dude a question, and he was in there showing me something, and I'd looked to see about retentions and had questions, so obviously didn't find my answers. And, he's trying to say something, I broke it, and it's like, dude, I did not change anything. And even if I could have, it was in the highest of user access and viewable areas, and no, didn't actually change anything. I just went and found them and didn't know if they applied or not, because I couldn't tell, because it's very different from when I did it. I don't need you either, I don't think. Yes I do. Let's put you there then. goodness sake. You of course have come off again. Too long. Didn't think about that one properly. You're twisted, you're not. You come off, you wretched hook thing, you stupid annoying thing. So all I remember doing each and every week is reattaching the things. Once again, feels kind of warm in here. Gonna check the temperature. Because that's a valid thing. Should only be 18 degrees. This feels a little bit warm for that shit. It says it's 18 and a half. Well, bit weird, but there we go. Yep. I do sometimes think part of the problem is that if the temperature dips below the value you want, so let's say it's just below it, it throws the heating on, but the heat it generates is significantly greater, so it overshoots, because hot air goes up and then has to come down to the level of the thermostat. The hot air at the top is then hotter than you wanted, and obviously the bottom air is still cooler, but once they've averaged out, they average up, so this, it can, basically. And then it slowly cools a little bit. I just don't want to hear the words, can you log into work? That's all I don't want to hear. Because there is a go live happening, and, well, I know they really wanted me there, and I went, busy, because I'm doing this. And you know how, especially in this modern age, there are questions your employer is not allowed to ask you. And I was potentially concerned my employer had asked one of the forbidden questions this week. Now, as we all know, when you are contracted to do X hours, it doesn't matter whether that's 2 or 202, right? I don't think you can do 202 in a week, but you know what I mean, right? If there are more hours required, and it is a permanent position, not a, finish this bathroom, kitchen, dress, whatever kind of scenario, right? Where, because of course, in something more like that, you are commissioned to do a from A to B type of mentality. So you are there to insert a kitchen, you are there to retile the bathroom, you are there, and, well, however long, it's up to you to work out how long it's taken, charge accordingly. Not, they will pay you for 20 hours or whatever, and, well, that's all you get to do it in. Anyway, as a general rule, depending on your role and your contract, there may be overtime, but that doesn't always mean you have to do it. It means it is there for you to do and to be discussed between you and your employer. So if you don't want to do it, or you can't do it because, you're going away for the weekend, whatever, it is not really to be frowned upon because you went, I'm busy. Now, midweek, they were after something, and I went, I'm not going to be able to do that. And because I was feeling very crappy midweek, I am feeling better now. I'm not going to say good, I'm going to go with better, because I felt like I had a real bad cold earlier this week, but just didn't have the snot. So I had like the brain farts where, remembering how to spell no was complicated. And everything was on a bit of a time delay, and it took you far too long to process simple things like, why when I try and drink from my cup am I not feeling better? Oh yes, it's empty, those kind of moments, which comes with the whole kind of usual dreaded germ scenario. And so I said no, and I was asked why. Because I don't want to, Sharon. Because I'm tired, because I feel like shit, because I want to go to bed. I have dog things to do, and I gave more than plenty hours last week, and I've got shit to catch up on this week. Sharon. My boss is not called Sharon. And it was kind of one of those moments, but I'm pretty sure they're not actually... If you choose to tell them why is one thing, I don't think they're allowed to demand why. I mean, if you don't want to do, if you want time off, again, you don't really have to say why. You just say, can I have paid time off, please? If they say, they either say yes or no. There can be, if you choose to share, that's one thing, but you're not obliged to share is the more accurate wording. It's not compulsory. You don't have to justify it. If you want to take the time off, you want to take the time off, So yeah, I'm not sure they're actually allowed to ask you why. And the short answer is because I feel like shit, mate, and grateful I'm at work. Again, you can't really say that either, can you? It was almost the, well, if I'm going to work, okay, so let's say I do that, but I then have tomorrow off, which is worse. Do you want me to hang around and do this thing? and then be off? Or do you want me to be back tomorrow to do the rest of the things that it seems only I can do, because no one else does it, and or not? I mean, those be your choices. You know, if I don't feel better soon, I will not be here to do them at all. So, I will be off sick. Because it really felt like I should have been off sick this week. I felt that bad. It's not like me either. I mean, as a general rule, unless I actually am, you know, half dead, I don't tend to do the not work thing. The only time that wasn't true was when I had time off with stress. Stress is a different thing to me, and I need to protect my brain cells, because otherwise I'll just go chop myself off bridges and stuff like that. So I do protect that a bit harder than I would normally anything else. But yeah, in terms of germs, I mean, after my, you know, as I explained, after my brow surgery, I didn't hurt. I felt perfectly fine. What made me laugh was the doctor refused to let me work. And I did explain to them that I sit here on my couch. I do sit a bit more there than here. Well, I was going to be sitting here anyway. And you do know I do this for a living, not like dig holes and climb mountains. I mean, I'm going to be playing with a computer the whole time I'm off. Which did. I didn't work. I did answer work questions on my work mobile. Before that was a thing. Fuck, I did it from hospital. Seriously. When I had a perforated bowel, the only thing that kept me going was answering stupid questions. And they was like, are you in hospital? Yeah. What's it like? Boring. Hot, sweaty, miserable. Because I wasn't hungry, I was just in agony. But there was nothing else to think about. So actually thinking about work stuff gave me something to do. It was the only thing I had to do. So I was kind of there and chatty and... Yeah. Sometimes you do need to prep. Now, I've never given an awful lot of thought to the prep for a knee surgery. I mean, it also depends on what you do, obviously. And, you know, not asking you to share that. You don't have to. But obviously, it can depend a bit on what you're doing. I mean... Yeah, I still, the weirdest thing to me was, when I had my metal bar removed from my leg, I had to book my time off, my sick time, on the calendar. And, because normally, of course, you don't really book sick time. Even if it is an operation, it'll be a week, it'll be this. But I had to book 6 weeks for my hip, and I felt really weird booking 6 weeks for my hip, because, well, even when I had the car accident, I'm still out of hospital in a week with a broken pelvis, which is normally 6 months in hospital. So it was a bit weird for me. I've never really had to prep for a surgery. I've been asked, you know, can you do this beforehand? Can you do that beforehand? I've never needed to take time off work to do that. But I also can understand that sometimes that is a thing. It really does truly depend on what they're doing. I mean, for example, if you've got to travel a long way to go to a particular hospital. So, I mean, again, you know, my knowledge of your country is low, but... You know, if you're here in the UK, if you lived in London and they were going to do it in Edinburgh, well, you've got to drive to Edinburgh. You've got to get there. You've got to, you know, maybe whoever's coming with you's got to have up, you know, you've got to be booked into a hotel. You've got to potentially book 2 bits for the hotel because you don't know when you're going to be out, because you're not necessarily going to be fit to travel for the first bit, but they'll boot you out, you know, and so you've got to do some planning, and it's, you know, I've never been in that situation myself. But at the same time, you know, I can imagine it. I mean, you know, I've heard of people going to other countries for operations. Well, you don't do that and come back the same day, Sharon. You know, it is very much that kind of, you know, thing. Is that I do understand that, you know, there can be very much preparation. I know a lady who had, I think it was her hip done, and she didn't listen to all the doctors, and I'm sure she's paying for it today. But, you know, she had to go and stay with someone, so there was all of that. You know, it's not all, you know, but if you live alone, especially, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take you as well, because that's good. You know, sometimes there is a lot more. You've got to get your dogs in the kennel. You've got to, you know, make sure everybody's sorted so that you can leave your house. You know, I can understand those preps. I've never needed to take time off work to do it. But as I say, I can certainly imagine that, you know, there are times when that is a really good plan. And also, the older you get, you know, the longer things go on for, you don't bounce back as quick. I'm pretty sure if I'd had to have my metal pole removed today at the age of 53 and not at the age of 21, I wouldn't have bounced back so quick. I mean, I was really surprised how quickly I bounced back from my bowel surgery. I really didn't expect it to be that easy, to be honest, because it was scaringly easy. But I'm pretty sure that's not freaking normal either. Because, you know, no offense, but even my surgeon thought, you know, seemed to think it was quite surprising that how easy and well it, you know, things happened. And it was kind of like, well, you did your bit, I'll do my bit. I did have a few, I won't say complications, that's not the word for it. I did have a bit of a scary moment. They sent me home, obviously not very long after the surgery. And I woke up the next morning and I didn't have anything to change my dressing with. I'd got an appointment for a week's time with my doctor to, you know, my doctor's nurse to go and get the dressing changed. But it had completely sopped through it. Without trying to explain it too hard, because, you know, it's a bit graphical and all the rest of it. Obviously, they made quite a long incision, but at the bottom, they left like a drainage hole. Not a big drainage hole, but a bit of a drainage hole. And well, it kind of weeped a bit, quite a lot, actually. And that was what was weeping. But, of course, it's a bit near your groin in the kind of hot, sweaty area, so it's kind of harder to feel it's sanitary when it's left to do its thing, and so it didn't make me comfortable, and I ended up phoning up the ward and kind of going, and they were like, well, you really should go to your doctor. And I said, doctor doesn't work weekends. Oh. And so they had me back in, and she changed my dressing, gave me a load of dressings, gave me a prescription for a load of dressings so that I could, and I've still got a few of them now. I don't need them, I've got a few of them now. But the worst part was when I had an appointment for the doctor to take out the staples. Joy. I was always scared of having stapled, because, well, frankly, it looks like Frankenstein. But I will actually say the staples worked really, really well. They did a lot better than the stitches I've had in the past, so okay. I mean, I don't like them. They still look really horrible, because you look like I look like I had a zipper, but yeah, it didn't go too bad, but that was a bit scary the next morning when it was kind of grumpy. But yeah, it's never needed to prep, but then I've had lots of operations. I just kind of go in with a kind of whatever attitude, which probably doesn't help. You tell me what I need to do or not to do, and I'll just do it, you know. I've got really sore bits. My thumb here. This one not so much at the moment, but this one. Oh, this was the dog. Don't fret. This was the. That was the. You still can't really see it on camera. It still looks a lot more pale, but you can still see sort of the bruise here from the cannula a week or so ago. But yeah, this is really painful. Which is surprising because I would have thought it would be this one because this is the thumb I broke. So if any of them was going to be shitty, I'd expect it to be that one. So. I'm just kind of prepping up a bit. Almost to the point I think I should go to the kitchen and get me my painkilling cream. Christy, for your dad, obviously check with your physicians and stuff, but and obviously your drugs may not get called the same shit, but there is a I used to work for a company. Oh Jesus, don't. This does never help my patients. Because everyone's all nice and quiet, and then suddenly they leap and they knock everything over and kick everything, including me, and it gets a little bit annoying. There is a where was I? Right. So I used to work for a company, and so for example, we have a product called Nurofen. Everyone knows Nurofen here in the UK, but the actual base underlying product is ibuprofen, right? I believe it's the same as Tylenol, but don't hold me to that. I've never seen it because that's an American one. But over here, the base product is called diclofenac, and we have a product called Voltral, and Voltral is diclofenac in a fancy name, and it is good for. It's a cream that, well, you can get pills, but you can get diclofenac stroke Voltral cream that you rub on affected areas, and it is a targeted pain relief. So if he's having problems with his knee, that is something that he could, if he's not already got something along those lines, and that is not going to clash with any other medication. As I say, do check with your doctor, because that's definitely something you should do. But yeah, it is something very much that can help with joint problems, because it is a cream targeted thing. The worst thing is what I can't explain is that if you hold something, so plate of food, the pressure your thumb needs, even though it's not huge, because you're obviously stopping, you know, say a plate or a tray or whatever, you have to put enough pressure on to do that. That's enough to trigger my thumb. It's been like this for a week or so now, and it has been this grumpy, well, ever before, to be honest. It's always my hips that have hurt. My hips been kind of fine. It's my thumbs. Oh, and this bit of my finger here. This bit of finger here. Not the joint, not that joint, in the middle. Now I think I broke that finger at some point. So that's not so bad. I can kind of go with that. Because I have certainly cracked and damaged my fingers doing various stupid things. But never my thumbs. But this really is very uncomfortable. Let me go and get some creamy cream. And I shall be right back. back in with my magic tube of glue, gloop. So, like I said, I don't know if you can read that particularly well, but this is my diclofenac cream, and it is exceedingly useful for things like this. And you actually don't need a lot at a time. Well, obviously the bigger area, so if you're doing a hip, you need a fair bit more. But certainly on a thumb, for example, that tiny little splodge is all I need. And I'm just going to wipe it all around. And it gets absorbed through your skin, and then set slowly about cheering up the bit on the inside. Give it a couple of seconds to work in a little bit more. So yeah, work thing. Hang on, find out what's going on. Okay, I have a dog. Dog in the way. Good boy, really. It's kind of, yeah, it's not slime anymore, so that should be good. Yeah, I don't know quite what it is, Christy. I mean, I use my hands a lot, so it shouldn't be particularly any form of muscle wastage or anything of the sort. But I think one thing I have noticed is that tatting does annoy my body. And I do need to be careful of doing that. If you listen to my body doing it, I sound like bubble wrap. Pop, 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 crackle, crackle, pop, 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 crackle, crackle. And I do think that that doesn't help it. But it was really sore before I started the tatting, not once I started the tatting. So that shouldn't really be that big. It shouldn't be a big part of it. It should be just the way it is, if you know what I mean. Now, because it's been a while, I just want to check what I'm about to do is the right thing. Because of course it will show a lot if I get it wrong. And it's different. No, that is what I did, that's fine. annoying. Come off again, you piece of shit. What bloke say? That's just giving me friggin' War and Peace, hang on. We've got this problem again. Did I not put this in the right place? No, I didn't. Oh, I'm an idiot. I guess. Fuck off. Look, you're attached to the bobbin. When I pull, you're supposed to be a knot. Do the... I know you're a hitch. Sorry, we're not kill. Just friggin' tighten a bit, will you? Ping. This table keeps, oops, going out of alignment, and that was a bit hard. That was why it was stuck under the computer table. That's why it kept going funny. I wonder why it was constantly kind of going out of whack. Right. If only they made smaller versions of that computer table. Because I can't really fit two of them around here. That'd be really impractical. But there we go. I did talk about a plan. Oh, I know what it was. It was to use the cross stitch thing. Yeah, that's. I still think shrinking that down to use it half size, and then putting board underneath the pillow on it to make it quote a table, and then the only problem would be is I want it higher when I'm using it for cross stitch, because I kind of want it up here so that it's a bit more kind of face height so I can stare at it. Because I've never been a person, right, when I read, if this is my face, I don't read with my book in my lap. I read with my book kind of here. Kind of put my hands on top of my boobs and that's where the book goes, right? Not because of the boobs, but because I've always held it there. It just so happens that the boobs, you know, make great hand rests and alleviate a lot of the effort. And it's really kind of minimal effort. All you're doing is stopping the book falling over. But I do the same with my cross stitch. I end up taking my glasses off, as we all know, because no, I still haven't sorted my glasses. I've also not sorted out my car's MOT. Did do the insurance though. And in a meeting with boss's boss this week, he went, "Oh, we want everyone to come to the office," and I'm like, "Oh, good luck with that. I can't travel to halfway around the country because it would be halfway around the country." Because I ain't got no car at the moment. No. And then he went, "I understand for some of you that could be difficult." Yeah, no shit. So it's not compulsory. I'm thankful for that. But he did start off with is that, you know, I want everyone in the office 2 days a month. It was only a month, but even so, in some ways that's worse. Really? A month? Just because? Oh, fuck off. They do not need to see me. It does not make a difference. Because they'll only get pissed off when they see how annoyed I actually get with them. Because I can't harm my face then. I haven't had to kind of be facially in front of people for a while. So that kind of filter of when they're annoying you, keep a calm face is kind of worn out. Out of practice. And it will probably show a lot. Let's not be pretending that that wouldn't be a problem. Or like to end me up in front of the HR. Now that didn't feel good at all. What was that I felt? It felt like a loose thread. Now it could have been a hair, because we've had that before. But it felt more like a loose thread that was being round. I think it is. I think it just might be unfortunate. I was worried. That's made my heart go faster. If I'd left a big long loopy thread all the way back there, that would suck a lot. Because I don't think I'm really up for going back that far. Okay, I actually need... That's not the pair I need. So you're all out now. For the moment. Still feels slightly. 2, 3. And of course, everyone's kind of going, "Oh, our January sales are coming to the end. Make sure you buy your shit before the end of the sales, mate." Look, if I was going to buy shit from you, I probably would have done by now. I don't know about you guys, but I do find this a bit of a challenge. There is distinctly a very, very fine line between not enough mail and too many mails. And when you buy random crap from random company, if you were buying something because so-and-so asked for it for their birthday, you have zero interest. You are not buying it because you gave a crap. You never want to do it again out of preference. And yet, those are the companies that mail you like every day, going, "Hey, we've got this." I don't care. I don't need anything out of your company. I really don't. And to be honest, I didn't need the thing that I bought, but I was buying it for someone else, right? They tend to be the everyday emailing companies. The companies that you really want to hear from, you don't. And you discover that like 6 months ago, the answer to your prayers had been answered, but you didn't know. And then there's kind of the companies in the middle. Now, I really do like a Cornish pasty. Proper Cornish pasties. Now, the ones that I can get online, for want of a better word, aren't quite the same as going down there and buying one. But it is kind of a 5-hour drive to go and buy one. So, you know, you'll forgive me if I'm not going to plan a really long 5-hour drive just to buy a Cornish pasty for like £5 or whatever it is. So I get mails about Cornish pasties. And I get the Just Eat lot who provide my dinner tonight. They mail me stuff. But again, they tend to mail on Tuesdays, on these days, on that day. And it's a bit much. It's not too much. It's just... Oh, look. I mean, I got on Tuesday, I think it was. Tuesday or Wednesday. An email. Oh, no, it was yesterday. Hey, Tench. I mean, for example, I don't know if you can read that. It says, fancy 7.0. Not 7.00, which is the normal, as in pence, because we have 99, well, we have 100 pennies to the pound, so 7.99, etc. is a valid price. But 7.0 off when you spend £15 at KFC. I don't think I've ever bought through KFC off them. But I also got it as an email. But it's valid for a couple of days, for a few days. Great. But I didn't need a text and an email. Because they're delivering, they have to have your phone number so they can contact you when they can't find your house. So I don't mind them having my phone number, but I do kind of mind them going, oh, hey, do you want some shit you don't normally buy? No. I mean, to give you an idea, as I think I've done this before, if I pull up my Just Eat app, currently, if I wanted to order some food, there are 202 places that will deliver to my house pretty much in the next hour and a half. So there's a lot of them that I haven't used. I don't need to know. I mean, yes, it might entice me to order a KFC tonight. I doubt it. It's going to be either my nachos, because I do love those nachos. So there's a company who do basically a box of nachos with cheese and jalapenos on top. It's expensive for what it is, but I really do like it. And they do decent burgers, so I'll have a burger with it. Or I order from the Naga Burger people, because those are special, and have Naga burgers. And and some nuggets. Well, everyone who basically, if you don't do nuggets, I'm probably not having any because the dogs get nuggets on takeout day. Um, and I will say the Naga Burger nuggets are so much nicer than everybody else's nuggets because instead of getting an even number, one day I got an extra one. Well, I ate it myself to stop the dog fights. It's really nice. Instead of being the usual battered, cheap kind of stuff that you can buy for, 30 for, £2 out of a, frozen or whatever. These were breaded. They were posh, man. They were nice. They were quite big. And they didn't taste like chicken mush formed into a nugget. How in the name of fuck, excuse my French, would it cost you €27,843? How? I worked out, bear in mind I made like nearly half of one. Was it a third or whatever? That had probably cost me about £10, which is about €12. Why would it cost so much, Christy? Admittedly, people often don't like their net curtains the way I do, which is I want mine to be flat so I can appreciate the pattern. They like them like 6 times the width, so they're all roughly. But even so, because I do remember you talking about your sliding door, and I've got French doors, so instead of slidey ones, they do this, right? And I have thought about making something to go over there, and in fact, potentially the tatting squares may do just that. But I would almost do the get some suckers and sucker them to the window kind of thing. Probably not, but something very similar. Because, well, why not? Wow. Best part, €28,000. What is that in actual pounds? Because, that can be a test of time. Hang on. Convert. No, that's nice, but... Yeah. Well, I mean, I worked out that for this curtain, obviously, this is a metre tall, so it's only half the length. And, well, frankly, a mere drop in the ocean wide. Because it's going to be, what? I've forgotten, I've got the details somewhere. It's going to be something like 40 something centimeters wide. So it's let's say half a meter wide, right? Was going to cost me, maybe 20 quid at most. And if I multiply that up using how I like my curtains, so that would be times 4 times 8. So that cost me about 80 quid. If you're doing 6 meters, so that's times 12. I think, let me check. So 2 meters down, so times by 2, and then times 12. So that would cost me, say, 120, 130 quid. But shit me, 27 grand. Jesus Christ. Let me ask it to convert that for me. 28,000. 27,843 EUR2 GBP. 24 fucking grand. Holy shit. And of course, then there's the time to make it. which is a small eternity, let's truly be honest. I mean, I haven't worked out the number of hours because I do one heck of a lot of talking. But I do know that if you take the number of hours I've streamed so far and multiply it all out. So, for example, we know that there's 4 parts per strip. There's going to be 6 strips, or 7 strips in my case, because I wanted to make it an odd number. And I've done 1 and 10 inches. So I've done like 1 1/3 almost, right? If you worked out the number of hours I spent doing it, you could probably work it out, put a wage kind of thing on top of it. I don't even think if I put a wage on it, I could make it 24 grand. Yeah, when you say it like that, probably would be. What is the national minimum wage? Hang on. As I say, there's an awful lot of gas bagging in that, the mine, but minimum wage UK. I don't get a lot more than minimum wage. £12.21 an hour. So if you had, let's put on my calculator. That's going to work out a bit pricey, isn't it? Cancel. 12.21 times 8,820. Fuck. If you paid someone minimum wage to do 8,820 hours of work, that's £107,692. Fuck me. My co-worker did joke, because he does genuinely like it. My co-worker did joke about me making curtains for his front. He's got a dormer window, one of those ones that jut out, so it kind of goes up, across and in, and there's 6 panels to it. I seem to recall there were 6 panels, and might be 5. 5 would make more sense, but let's say there were 6. And I remember working out the rate I was going on the squares at like 1 a month, and needing, 12 or whatever, so kind of, it was 5 or 6 years worth of work. I hope he's got his pay. Yeah, it can be a bit quicker if he pays me to drop my job, but yeah, I think this is one of the things that, as a general rule, society has lost sight of, is that while many of us, I know Christy, you're different, but many of us do crafting in our spare time as a hobby. People therefore lose sight of the fact that at one point, lace makers were paid. People didn't do it as a hobby, it was their profession. Well, exactly. Minimum wage is generally not enough to live on. But, I mean, this was something I remember arguing with a particular company I work for. They had declared, now bear in mind, UK employment law changes a lot, and this was quite a while ago. Rules have changed since then, and they would not really have got away with what they were doing then today. So, take all of that into account. It was possibly not 100% legal, but it wasn't illegal either. It was probably frowned upon, and most people would have refused, which is why they got into the pickle they did anyway. They wanted someone to do on-call. And that's fine. People are on call all over the world, but most of them got paid for it. They were not paying. They were not paying for you to be on standby, and they didn't really pay for you when you went anywhere to fix stuff, and people did call, right? And my car died, and they said they could lend me a company car to come to work or not, and I was very appreciative. And the trade-off was I would have to do it on call. And I didn't mind because I was getting a benefit by having a car to do it. So I did. And because I was now doing on call, they wanted everyone else to join in for an on-call rota because, well, we got call-outs. And everyone else went, well, how much? And they went, And I said, well, think about it this way. If you work 40 hours a week... I'll stop for the adverts and do some calculations while it's doing it. Oops. Don't know what quite happened there. Right. So yeah, in short, you know, if because you were very stipulating of the on-call scenario, as in it was not very flexible, all you could really do was sit around at home and wait, it is very much borderline. You are fully at the mercy of the company. Well, then, realistically, you're almost working. So instead of paying your actual hourly rate, which may not be a lot more, but you know, I think minimum wage was a lot less back then, but using today's standards, that's how it goes. If you've paid for a 40-hour week and you want someone to be basically on house arrest for every waking moment that they are not at work, you should consider that at least for the week that they're on call, you would need to pay 1,562.88 or whatever it was per week, because you are being very controlling of what they can and cannot do, because you can't drink, you can't do this, you can't do that. And don't get me wrong, we all know that, and that's part of the deal. But it does mean you can't go to your mates to a birthday, a wedding, you can't go watch a film, you can't eat in a restaurant, you can't, because you've got to be home within next to nothing. Can't really go shopping, you basically get to sit at home and wait. And it's not like you're doing hard work, but you are technically working. And that doesn't even count anything like, well, it's a weekend, a bank holiday, or any of the other kind of things where potentially you would argue that normally out of hours or that, it's 1.5 time or whatever, ignoring all of that, flat up rate, if you were to pay for every hour, that's how it could work out. And they were like, but that's terrible. Well, then you need to charge your clients more. If they want 24/7 summoning of a body, that potentially is the cost. This is where I sometimes I don't understand businesses. Now, obviously, all businesses want to make profit. I don't disagree with that. Who doesn't? I mean, I don't want to give my working days to a company for nothing. As a whole, there are things you don't mind volunteering at, right? But there are times, if this was my job and someone else was making substantial money from it, gimme, all right? If I finish making, when I finish making this gun, if the man I worked for went, thanks, well done, Liz, thanks for making that, I've sold that for 10 grand or whatever, right? Well, damn straight I want some of that. I'm the one that did it. And it is one of those moments where you're sitting there going, I kind of get it. They don't want to pay you more than they have to. Of course they don't. And as my ex-husband very rightly said, they don't pay you what you're worth. They pay you what they think they have to make you do the job. And most people do as little as they, but they pay you as little as they have to. Most people in return do as little as they have to keep the job. And there is quite a level of that does go on. I'm not going to deny that. I do see a lot of that in that companies aren't necessarily paying people well, and as a result, well, they aren't overly enthusiastic to bend over backwards and all the rest of it. Now, I did have a bit of a shock this week. Got paid my January pay packet. Hurrah! We like being paid in January, because as we all know, January's about 28 months long, because obviously you got Christmas to pay for, and if you hit the New Year sales or any of the sales after that, you probably spent a bit more over the last month than you would have done on an average month of the year. And now I'm lucky in that I don't really have family, so my Christmas didn't really cost me more than any other particular month. So that I don't tend to suffer from that. But January still is a long ass month, right? And especially as it's dark and miserable. And anyway, when we got moved over, we'd been at our new employer for 2 months roundabout now. And everything was still a bit new and confusing and unsure, and no one was entirely sure of what was what, and all of these kind of moments. And in April last year, we got paid our previous employer's bonus because, well, we'd worked for it. Because the bonus year ran January to December, but you didn't get paid it till April. But you knew by now what you could work it out, because you get told these are the company figures, this is the percentage, and you went off because it was complicated in the company did a lot of calculations, so they had a number of categories, and you either, and depending on how each of the category did, you got anything from 0 to, I think it was 120% in any one category. So you could get, I think it was a total of 120% anyway, but you could anywhere from 0 to 120. Now, obviously, if they did bad, you got under 100. Hopefully they didn't give you 0, but at the same time, you had that, so you had the company value, then you had to multiply it by the kind of thing that your boss gave you. So your boss, irrelevant of what you got in your performance review, you could still get a number that differed. So if you met expectations, it's going to be around 100% because you did everything you should, but you didn't exceed it, so you're not going to get more than 100. So, but by default, unless you fucked up bad, 100 was most likely. So you took the company thing, you times it by yours, and then you times it by your band level. So each band level got a different percentage. So after all of that, you end up with a magic number of percent, and then you can type it in your calculator, I earn this much, times it by the percent, I'm going to get a bonus of, and you would be right. Okay, it was no more complicated than that. So by now, we'd all done the calculations, working out how much am I going to get this year, and you'd go, okay, that pays that off, that'll be great. We're not necessarily talking, go and buy a new house. We are talking, maybe I can afford to, pay for the car insurance or something, right? Well, but we knew this time last year that it was going to be a bit complicated. And the reason it was going to be a bit complicated was quite simple. When you work for one lot, and you get paid by another, the tax man get real confused, because you don't have two jobs. You're only working because you left the last one. He's had a thing saying, dude has left this place, now works over here. But they then send you money. And because we'd done on call at our last place, we got December payments while we worked for the new lot. So we got paid kind of twice in December. It was money we were owed. It's not like we got paid twice, but we got some money from old employer and some money from new employer. And life went on. Now, new employer hasn't paid out bonus. Didn't pay out bonus all year. And we did ask a few questions, because, when we got transferred over, we'd been told they'd never missed a payment. But it seemed really funny that the moment we joined, no payments are happening. And then it comes out from one of the employments, they haven't paid for years. Okay, that's not what we were told. Seems a bit weird. Well, imagine the strangeness when you look at your bank account. You get because I get notifications when I get paid on by the bank, and it says if I spend decently, or I, not very often, but if I spend decently or I get paid money, a little thing on my phone goes ping, this money has left your account, or this money has come in your account. And I woke up Monday morning to ping, you have been paid. I think it was Monday, one day this week at least, and it said you've been paid. Great. I looked at the number, I was like, that's a bit much. Now, it is pay rise time. Come the new year, we do get a pay rise. Not necessarily a lot. Like everything, a percentage pay rise of a smaller number is not the same as a percentage pay rise of a bigger number. So when you earn millions, I'm sure that 1% makes you feel better. But when you're on minimum wage, 1% of £12 is fuck all. And, it's like 10p or something. And, well, it's what? £1. Maybe £1.20. I mean, it's hardly to fucking write home about. No, that's 12%. So yeah, it'd be like 10p. You're not exactly going to do much for 10p these days. When I was a kid, you could buy shit for that. Nowadays, yeah, you can't buy shit for that. You can't really buy shit if you work all day and, you know, do an 8-hour day. 80p doesn't really buy you a lot. So let's not be pretending that, you know, that's the pay rise to jump up and down about. I mean, it adds up, but it's not exactly earth-shattering. It's not going to make your day. So I hadn't actually read what the pay rise was this year. I'm trying to be a little bit more chill, and, you know, after all the stress that I've had, you know, my brain has been working over. You know, I'm trying to kind of chill out a bit and not stress about things. And I went and read that, you know, we got, I think it was 3% pay rise. And so, okay, that doesn't allow for the thing. So I pulled up my pay slip because, well, you know, it was a bit odd. We got our year's bonus. This caused some issues because we got a bonus based on the fact of our transfer from old employer, not what everyone else gets. So we got our bonus. Now, our bonus percent that we were on was more than the normal people at my current employer. By more than half. So we're still not talking big numbers, but we are talking kind of more than half. And it landed in our pay packets on Monday, or whenever it was. Now, I wasn't going to say anything, but my co-worker asked one of the former, you know, previously, you know, original new employer lot, did you get a bonus? And their answer was no. Now, there was 3 months ago that the particular person they asked, that he got a bonus that we didn't. And he was confused, as were we all. But his bonus that he got really was, well, it's probably less than I'm going to spend on my takeout later. That's how little his payment was. But it was cited as a bonus, and he was very confused, as were all of us. Because, you know, that amount is really, you know, kind of almost a waste of admin fee. Probably costs more than that to actually give him it, you know? And I do remember telling one company who gave me a pay rise like that to shove it, because I think my pay rise worked out as £3.97 a month, and it was like, bitch, just keep it. You know, it's going to cost more than that for you to put it in. Don't even bother. If you're telling me my pay rise for the year is, you know, like £48 or whatever it is, just keep it. I'm not that desperate, you know. You know, it was like 45 quid for per annum pay rise. Don't even bother with the paperwork. Just keep it. Clearly you need it more than I do. And believe me, I was not earning a lot. But it was like, if that's all you can afford for someone who was in the top 5% of your company, you can keep it. Because that was the deciding factor of leaving that lot, to be honest. They gave you things, and if you got and exceeds expectations of that place, you're in the top 5% and you should be getting a promotion. And I got a £45 pay rise. And that sealed their fate. I was not going to stick around. You know, if that's your idea of rewarding the top 5% of your staff, bear in mind I was on crap all. No. I think I was earning 11 grand a year at that point. I mean, shove up your butt. That was kind of how that thought process went. So I left and got a new job paying a lot more. It was about 15 grand. So, but yeah, so we got our bonus. It says quarterly on it. Maybe we're in for a good year. So, feeling it did perk me up. I'm not going to deny that. Because, well, it perked me up pretty good, to be frank. What does that say? Whatever. But yeah, we weren't expecting it. Because obviously normally it was paid in April. Hello, Rory. Did you need Huggies? I can spend some of it on dog biscuits, yes. I can. I will spend it on doggies, don't worry. Because half the things I buy are for you, and half the things I buy are for me. I do buy lots of crafting things. Yes, I do. But yeah, so I was genuinely a little bit surprised, feeling a little bit, because after all, it's the longest month of the year, and normally you get your money and you look at it and kind of go, well, it doesn't even quite cover all the bills that I've got. Shame that. Well, mine did this month, so yeah, feeling kind of a little pumped up by that, to be honest. Unfortunately, I need to service my car, but now I've got the money to do it, so that's a thing. The battery has died, but I've got a battery charger. Can't see it off the top of my head, but I know it's around here somewhere. I think it's over there in the box somewhere. It's probably in that box, actually. I can't see the box, but I know it's not far away. It's probably behind me. Stop licking my hands, my man. I have no problems with dog licks, but I do get a bit annoyed after a while, especially my hands. For some reason, I don't like wet hands. I can cope with you licking my face as long as I can breathe. And I don't mind you licking my hands a bit, on my arm, or my leg, or I mind you licking my jumper, though. Oh, you swallowed a dog hair. Yeah. But, yeah. But I think we'll buy puppies something. I don't know what I'll get you. Maybe I'll buy you something better than nuggets. How does that sound? You won't remember, though. I like to buy you things you remember. So I might buy some more dog toys. Maybe I'll buy some bones. How does that sound? So I know you like bones. Buy you a big juicy bone. Buy a big juicy dog bone. Get one of those dinosaur leg things. How does that sound? But yeah, but that was kind of nice. And, well, we're left wondering if somehow we're going to get this quarterly. So, we doubt, but it did very much say on the PayPal packet line, quarterly. So, that's a thing. Now, if it comes quarterly, hello, fucking Luya. But I doubt it. Someone will notice before then and go, hang on. But, well, it does say, I mean, yeah, I mean, we do like a good bone. We like grinding our bones. It's good for teeth, after all. Does help make the teeth all nice and clean. And well, they love them and they love chewing them. So that is very much a thing. Personally, I have tried it. They don't taste a lot. I don't entirely get it. But, no, they don't. They absolutely don't taste a lot. It tastes a little like lard, but even less. So it's like a hint of lard flavour. That's all I will say. For I have tried bone marrow. I've tried it all. I was a strange child. I've eaten most things. Actually, I don't think there's anything my dogs had that I've not had other than their medication, because obviously you don't do that. No, I think I pretty much had. I mean, I ate one of their liver treats. Fuck, they're horrible. If you were not around for the liver treat explanation, let me explain this to you. A liver treat, the size of a small piece of kibble. So we're talking, half a centimetre square. It is allegedly freeze-dried liver. And it looks a little bit like kibble, not going to deny. Dogs love that shit. Absolutely love it. Now, I was on the phone at the time. My brain decided this, because I was explaining, I'd just given the dogs a piece of liver treat because they were being good. And I thought, oh, I haven't eaten one of those yet. I explained to the lovely lady on the end of the phone, who I got on very well with, I'm just going to eat one because, I haven't eaten one of these. And she went, but it's dog food. And I went, well, it's still food. It's not going to kill me. Unless I was allergic to it. It's perfectly edible. Chomp chomp. Oh my God. Yak spit. Oh my fuck. Damn, this is gross. 2 days. 2 days later, I could still taste that dog treat. It was the most explosive, unpleasant flavour ever. I mean, I've never actually eaten poo. I've eaten plenty of dog food, but I've never actually eaten poo. But I can assure you now, on principle, it's got to taste better than that. It has got to taste better than that. Absolutely. Shadow of a doubt. It is. The phrase, it tastes like shit, this thing was worse. It's got to be worse than that. Because, as I say, 2 days later, despite eating many flavourful things to try and rid the flavour, no. It was like a smell that wouldn't go away. It just, the taste lingered. Everything tasted of it. And it was literally this like little tiny piece of next to nothing. You know how like when you have some medication and it kind of gets stuck in your throat or stuck on your tongue a bit, and the sugar coating or the light coating, even if it wasn't properly sugar coating, if you just manage to swallow it, you won't really notice layer comes off. And then you're left with that real foul taste. And you look at the ingredients and it will say like, this little kind of paracetamol or whatever contains like, 0.1 micrograms of nothing, which, as we all know, basically means like 3 atoms, and yet somehow tasted really far. It was that kind of explosion of horrid flavour. It was very much along the lines of the medication that gets stuck in your throat, bitter and disgusting, and you want to gag and you're hacking because it's kind of stuck in your throat and it won't leave. And I know I pulled a face. I mean, I can't see my face from inside, but I know I pulled, slap butt face, right? I had that, oh my God, what the fuck face. Anyway, what made me laugh? I mean, I thought it was kind of funny. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did laugh at myself a lot. But what made my day was the next day, ex-hubby came round and I explained the whole dog treat thing. And he went, they can't be that bad, I don't believe you. Really? He said, give me one. Sure. Gave him the pot, he took one. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I looked at it and his face did a... And it was kind of like, that's what my face looked like. Yeah, he tasted it for 2 days too. Never in the history of anything is he... Because he's eaten pretty much every kind of dog food you feed to the dog too. Because we were those kind of children. But it was a Gen X thing, I think. We ate, because it was edible by something, we tried it, Tell you now, if you ever want to dare someone, fucking liver dog treats. Dried liver dog treats. If you want to dare someone who's half drunk, eat one of these. And it'll be hysterical. Or even better, eat a sandwich of them. You've got to eat the whole sandwich for the money, right? Because it will be the funniest thing you do. Because they will hate themselves for 2 days. I don't even think being so drunk you don't remember, because the next morning you'd still taste it, and someone would say to you, you ate a dried liver dog treat, and they'll look going, that can't be it. Yeah. I can't really reach, my man. I have a huggy dog. And I have a lap dog. He's being cute. I like to encourage him when he does things like this because they love lying next to me. They don't tend to settle on me. They come for hugs, but he's laid down and he's kind of being calm and good. I don't like to dissuade him from this because it's not. It is funny, he's got, although Rory is generally a black coloured dog, he's got a really dark brown spot. He's got brown spots. Not brown, as in like beige or whatever, but it is, you know, in this light, I can see a very clear outline of his spot. But normally, you don't even normally see it because, you know, it is that subtle. But I've got the bright light of, you know, this ring light. By the moment, that's as far as I can reach at the moment. Because there's a dog in the way. There is this very clear reflection of the brown. And there's kind of spots within the spot, if that makes sense. So there's a big kind of spot, and then there's like a smaller, lighter brown spot. And then like the overall spot is brownish, but kind of wiggly. But there's kind of little brown spots. And there's a lighter brown bit there. In there. Mm-hmm. However, Rory, this is not going to help me get my lace making done, is it? No. Ping, says co-worker. This is, of course, why my co-worker sends me messages, because we love a good laugh. Oh, did you yawn then, miss? Why am I suddenly under two dogs? Hmm? Hello. Hello, little one. Oh, what a yawn. Smelly face. I'm hungry. No, don't look at me like that. I'm not going to eat you. I'm just saying I'm hungry. It's just a statement of fact. It's not a promise. Or a threat. It's just a statement. You see? You're not helping, little man. I know, I'm very good at ear scratches. Mummy knows how to do all the best ear scratches. She does. She does. Did you... Amy! I was holding something in that hand. Oh. Now I can't reach anything. Right, my left hand is reaching as far forward as it possible. Yeah, you can't even see it. Come on, off we get. There we go. All right, let's get back to doing some lace. Otherwise, the dogs will leap in and demand more huggies. Apparently, it's not going well at work. Not the Go Life thing. That's probably happening. No. A problem that my co-worker and I discovered earlier today is bigger than we thought. Well, it's not bigger than we thought. We knew how big it was, but well, apparently someone tried to rerun it. Well, the guy who's responsible tried to rerun it, and it's just crapped out because it exceeded the size. It's enjoy. Trying to pretend like I give a shit. It's good acting. Well, it's not that I don't give a shit. I do, but it also doesn't affect my life. So I only care on a professional level of basis, as in, you know, is there anything I could be doing to assist? Is there something that I have done or that could cause to make it better or worse? Those kind of cares. But only kind of a, you know. So you broke the backups, dude. Okay. Well, he hasn't broken the backups. He's broken the whole disaster recovery side of the backups. Not my problem. I don't do backups no more. I actually do not do backups. It's not even like I do backups, but I'm now the user of backups. I don't even use the backups anymore. That's not really a me thing, so I am, and I am very happy about this activity. I will also point out. to explain how it works to him right now. Because he's going, oh, well, I'll have to do this and I have to do that. And it's like, okay, but you don't have to work like that with this backup system because it does it differently. You don't have to do, you know, 58 incrementals and restore the original and kind of incremental it up. You could just write backups to it and it will only keep the change data. And it will do work all of that shit out for you. I didn't understand when I explained it to him last time, so I'd have to come up with a more convoluted explanation to try and explain it to him. Because the backup system we've got does its own form of deduplication. So if you have a really big file and you change it and you say to it, save this file, it goes, you send the file and it kind of goes, yeah, I've got that shit, yeah, I've got that shit, yeah, I've got the shit. Oh, that bit's different, I'll keep that chunk. And it keeps records of all the chunks that have changed. So in effect, you only ever do incremental backups. And then it works out what you want and gives you it back. So you don't need to do it that way. You don't need to do level 0s and level 1s and spend hours, you know, chasing back down so that it all works out in the long run. Because it'll do it for you. You should just be able to say, give me my shit back. Why does that look wrong? It's not done yet. Okay. There we go. Honestly, it might be slightly different for databases, but on these one, it should still work out the same. Yeah, there you go. Put it wrong. Okay. Now we need to do a bit of a roll up with this. It's kind of rolling off the back here. A little bit. And try and put that on. That's one. Oh. I thought it was going to sleep, Rory. So, I don't know if I borrowed any of these. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My stomach's rumbling, puppy pups. I'm hungry, Rory. It's only half past 4. looks wrong. That looks wrong. Why does this look wrong? Because you all keep coming off your fucking bobbins and are loose. That's why. That's a large part of it, which doesn't help. I actually think that was what was all that was wrong with it, but of course, now I've taken the pin out to look, I've got to undo a bit, so. Not a lot, admittedly, but so. My foot's going to sleep. I can feel my foot's going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I need to. Problem is I've got something under the table, and well, I can't really move it while I'm doing this. I'm going to move the table to move it. Hopefully there's some blood going to my foot now. Rory, just because I paused and moved does not mean there is need for Rorys. No. Lie down. Lie down. Don't be grumpy grumbles. Lie down. Preferably not on me, my man. I mean, that was kind of the point. I've got a blanket on my lap because, as we all know, I've got the door open for the dog. Now, don't push the table. Rude. Rude, puppy pup. What? Yawny face. No, sweetheart, please. Thank you, Fat Rory. Do you mind not jogging me when I'm trying to stick pins in holes? Rory, stop it. You're being annoying. You are being really annoying. You are. You're being proper annoying. So, come on, lie down. There. And be a good boy. One might have been sufficient. Let's go back up. Click. Okay. Do love roller pillows for that. The fact that it's much easier to do a long strip. You just roll round and round and round and round. Rather than having the little square blocks and trying to move them around. A bit like we did with the squares, where you had to turn like, well, I turned the whole thing so it was easier, but at one point I was turning the square. Yeah, the fact that you can, instead of shuffling squares up and trying to sneak them underneath, and because obviously if I was, let's say this was the bottom of a square and I now need to take the square from above and put it underneath, I've got to push all the bobbins out the way and you know, make space for it and lift up the pattern and do all sorts of things, which, you know, it's not wrong, and people did it for centuries, and kudos to them. But I'd be more likely to make a mess if I did that. So I do like me a roller pillow for this. I really do. 2p donut. Ridiculously hungry though. And I had breakfast, which is unusual. Well, it was kind of a brunch, but you know, still counts. Only about 11 o'clock this morning. Itch. Now, pretty sure you're a full set of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Yes, you are. In which case, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which doesn't feel right, but there we go. Doesn't feel. Oh, actually it adds up, so probably is the. We can go over there a minute. Making a bit more space for you lot. You're too long. Let me quickly read what this says in Discord. For groups I'm in as a message. Yeah, I just need to answer questions. Let's open that. Got in that dipshit. Went the wrong thing. Hang on. Why is it that everything these days takes so long to open? Because everything goes, oh, I've got to check with the internet in case it's newer things. Just fucking open it. I check once I'm in, you know? My pillow feels tilted again. Stop tilting it. Hey you! Hey you! How you doing? How you doing? Hang on, I'm going to read this shit because once again it's written War and Facing on. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. As a fellow migraine sufferer, I distinctly know how annoying that is. You may recall I had like the Starship, Star Trek Nexus tear in my vision one weekend. I do know that it can be phenomenally awkward. Oh, Naughty Cut, question for you. It's the question of the day. When it's dark, i.e. nighttime and bedtime, and you go to bed, so it's generally pitch black, and you shut your eyes, do you see like a black piece of card that what? That didn't make any sense. It read what? Oh, that's exactly what you said. Okay. Fine. I don't understand that. Anyway, back to my question. When you close your eyes at night and it's pitch black, do you see, i.e. the equivalent of a black sheet card, i.e. just plain black, nothing more? Or do you get like TV interference but with minor colours? So we are talking really dark colours, but it's not just black. It's like there's little dots of other colours. So like with a digital camera, if you take a picture of a really dark thing, even if you put your finger over the lens in a digital camera, you don't just get a black picture. You get lots of other colours because it makes shit up. Do you see the make shit up version, or do you get the black card version? This is my question of the day. I mean, in general terms, not when you've got a migraine in general, but just general, you know, on a normal day. I do understand the whole trip thing. I get the flashing. I get almost like I can get anything from up to full fireworks, like it's right in my face with, you know, almost like someone's, you know, if my face was here, someone's put like a kaleidoscope of flashing lights and they're just all going off in my face. But so, you know, I've had all of a manner of varieties, but I was just wondering whether you get on a normal day when you're not having migraines that you're aware of, whatever, whether when you shut your eyes in the dark, do you see just pure black, or do you get like static TV static of random very dark but colours? Because I also get it in the dark when my eyes are open, but I'm just wondering how unnormal my brain cells truly are, because, well, that's the thing. Oh god, yeah, if you do that, it gets really funky. You get quite bright colours when you do that. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Generally green, as I recall. Hang on. Today it's red, but generally it's green. Generally it's kind of like, this is not the best thing, but this kind of green. Yeah. I get colours and weird shit, and I do wonder if that's because we have migraines that we do that, and so generally almost we are constantly having a migraine, we just don't know about it, and that's what that is. Because that's kind of where my brain's currently thinking, because, you know, that would not surprise me to some extent. There's definitely a hair or something around it. Because I felt it again just then. Oh. But yeah, that's been my question of the day, because I know I'm 53 and I've never bothered to ask anyone, what do you see when your eyes are shut? Because everyone always makes out that it's just like dark, but mine's not dark. Sometimes yeah, the tear in the universe. Yeah. That's right. I, you know, wasn't entirely thinking of that. It was like that, except for the fact that this was more of the Star Trek one, which is, it's like flames round the edge and a big chunk in the middle. So it is similar to the tear in the wall, yeah. My co-worker's got to restore a database from 5 PM tonight before Monday at 9 o'clock. And it, for some reason, they don't just go, under this particular database, you don't just go to the new one and say, restore from here into that and have it happen. It's way more complicated. And there's a, you know, so as a Microsoft SQL person, that's all I'd need to do, and it would probably take me about an hour. But, well, actually, I could kick it off and just fuck off. Apparently this is going to take hours, and they're going to work all weekend, and there's kind of me going, but surely you kick it off and then come back, you know, a number of hours later and go, yeah, it's done now. So it's not like sit there typing, you know, but apparently not. And this is part of the reason I don't understand Oracle versus some things, because I get that there is potentially a lot more flexibility in Oracle, that they do things very differently, and, you know, I get all of that, but at the same time, they don't have to make shit harder for the sake of making shit harder. I'm sure you heard that. You gotta tell me you could hear that, because I'll be surprised if you didn't. We'll say, having put the stuff on my thumb though, thumb is feeling a lot better now. I mean, before it was really sore to touch here, now it's not, so it's definitely feeling better for it. It is good stuff, that wet cream. It is very helpful. I saw a great short video on I think it was YouTube, but as they all share, it doesn't really matter. I saw a great short video this week. For anyone who is generally IT-ish, you will know that LinkedIn is kind of almost mandatory, even though everyone hates it. LinkedIn is kind of like a professional Facebook, only it's turning more and more like MySpace. In that it used to be you'd post up your work experience and, you know, qualifications and, you know, certifications and all the rest of it that you get on with. But that was it. Now it's almost like the early days of Twitter. I got up, I had a shit, I had a coffee, you know, I've got to take the kids to school, and it's like, nobody cares, dude. And, well, I saw this great short YouTube video that says, if I win the lottery, I'm going to buy LinkedIn and turn it off. I want that man to be president. I really do. The reason that came up is because, well, LinkedIn's just mailed me going, oh, these companies near you have just hired people. What are you telling me for? Because it's not like I can apply for it. They've already been filled. So, what the fuck's that got to do with me? Why do I care? You're like, you know, it's not like these companies are looking for people like you. No. These companies have just hired people like you. Well, so then what are you telling me for? What am I supposed to do about it? Write them a congratulation letter? I mean, I don't, it's not like someone... Oh no, that's a shame. I was going to ask you if you could send me a message and see if I fixed the message notifications on my phone. Because, well, I wasn't getting any with Facebook Messenger. Because I know they're kind of canning the Messenger side of it to an extent. But it hasn't been sending me messages for a few months. So I completely reinstalled it to see if that would help. I've got terrible itches. I'm really hungry. Finding it really hard to concentrate on things. Whoop. Like a care, mate. Trying to sound like I'm happy for my co-worker when, well, to be honest, whatever. That's a you problem, honey. Oh, my stomach's rumbling something terrible. If you hear stomach rumblings, I apologise. Now, obviously, you probably won't hear them when I'm talking, but... And with any luck, the music is loud enough that you don't directly hear them. But my stomach is rumbling. They haven't asked me for any money. That's interesting. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to do the boomer thing and show you a picture. Alright. You can just about make out there's some lace in the middle. Width-wise, it looks to be similar in kind of quantity to this, only that's in a hallway. So the actual finished strip has got to be a couple of feet wide. But if anything, it's actually thinner than this. But yeah, it's kind of interesting what she's done. I like it. Wouldn't have thought lace as a runner in your hallway was a plan, though. Yeah, there's nothing in here about them wanting money at me, Naughty Celt. I know there was a thing where you could pay up a small amount for ad-free Facebook, but you didn't have to. Well, there you go. Right, but the $2.99 is definitely right, so the $2.99 is for ad-free Facebook, which is kind of only sort of ad-free, by the way. Free you get ads, but then you were getting ads anyway. And the consent page, well, you probably signed that when you first started, so it's the same shit. Hasn't really changed. I think they now allow your if they allow public posts to be trawled by AI or something. It's not really any different, so it shouldn't be blocking you from using your Facebook. And there is a delete account thing, but you probably have to agree to it to get to the delete thing. Yeah. I didn't realise there's going to be a Good Omens 3. Something to look forward to. Definitely a hair somewhere around it. There it is. I do get really fed up with the fact that it pops off the top. Even though I don't really ever let them get slack enough to pop, in theory, they somehow always manage it. Drinky. They're very you, has to be said. Fuck off. Itchy back. I get dry, itchy skin on my back sometimes, and it itches, and I can't really do a lot about it because I can't reach. I can't reach enough of it. It's not like, you know, you can easily put cream on it. The only way you can really do it is slap the cream on the wall and smear it around a bit, kind of, which is hardly really the right way to go about it. Or get a back scratcher and scratch it, which is kind of where I'm at. Because as I said to you before, I do have this rather glorious back scratcher, which is very good at this. Just getting into a few nooks and crannies. Oh, give it a break, animals! And just quit it. Just quit it. Just quit it. They are. I mean, as you know, Mount Crackmore is a thing. I've got carpet. Quite a lot of carpet around my house. Now, they are a good reminder as to not to get that bad, but the one I sent, the one I sent you, did really strike a good one for you and me, because of course it had our arch nemesises taking part in the proceedings. I mean, a number of them died during the show, but the size of those things, they were like small cats. For anyone watching who's now confused, I watch a guy on YouTube called Shaun of Steel, who was formerly a £600 man, and he reviews many of the My £600 Life. More recently, he has gotten into good for that. Good for you. I'm glad that they enjoyed that. But Shaun recently has been doing videos on Hoarders, the series Hoarders. He does reviews and now one of the things that I will say about the show Hoarders is it's amazing how many other... Right, so let's say I'm the hoarder, because, well, if you've seen Mount Cratmore, which you haven't, if I showed you Mount Cratmore, you could believe that was me. But mine's only one corner of one room and a mess for the rest. Theirs is that corner everywhere. Like the one I sent Naughty Celt was like 4 foot deep of rubbish, general belongings that she hadn't touched in years. And it was infested with Naughty Celt's mine arch nemesis, rats. Now, Naughty Celt and I have problems with rats in the sense that we hate them. I do not have a rat problem. Naughty Celt does kind of have a rat problem. My only problem with rats is that there are rats. I mean, that's kind of my problem with rats. I am somewhat... they were responsible for the bubonic plague, and I haven't technically forgiven them yet. That's kind of where I'm at with rats. I don't find them cute. Mice I find cute. Rats are not cute. Rats are horrible. And I do have a bit of a phobia over rats. I mean, I wouldn't shriek and run away. Actually, I probably would. But at the same time, I don't want to think that there's any within... I mean, they always say in England, you're sort of like 1 metre away from a rat. I don't want to think of that. I don't want that to be true. I mean, it probably is. There are probably rats around here, but I've never seen them, not had them on camera. So I'm quite confident that if they are around here, they're not here, if you know what I mean. But this woman on Hoarders, literally her entire house was 4 foot deep minimum with shit and actual rat poop. Everything was covered in rat poop because, as the man explains, unlike said dog who will hold its bladder and then go somewhere to pee, yeah, I mean, it's not quite the same. I mean, obviously it means they're around somewhere, but you know, if you've not seen any signs and all the rest of it, it's quite safe to say that there probably are rats around. But as long as they're not in your house, that's fine. No, they were roaming around like they owned the joint, right? They were literally like they owned the house, right? And this woman, all of her fridge, all of her food, all of her tables, all of her crockery, everything was covered in rat wee. Everything had rat droppings on it. It literally was wall to wall rat playground. And I mean, don't get me wrong. Towards the end, it kind of looked more like my house when they cleaned it. In that it was a mess and there was stuff everywhere, but there was carpet. But I am not a hoarder in the sense that Mount Cratmore is Mount Cratmore. It is, and at the bottom there's stuff to keep. On top of that is stuff I don't really want to keep, and I'm under no illusion that that's a healthy thing. These hoarders do not feel there is anything wrong, even though they've got stuff they can't walk on, rooms they can't get into because it's full of shit. And when I mean get into, they can't even climb into it. When they can't lie down, they haven't got anywhere to sit. They haven't, their baths are literally, I mean, one of the hoarders shows that I watched, their bathtub was where they went to the toilet and they couldn't flush it. So months of pee and poo and it, that's shocking. I mean, if you came to my house, it's a pigsty, right? I'm not going to pretend that I live in a minimal, tidy, perfect house, because I don't, right? Does it bother me? Not really. Mount Cratmore is more of an issue, mainly because it's grown a little bit to the side now, so it's getting a little bit nearer me. But it still doesn't, I mean, it's not really causing me actual problems. These people couldn't open doors because of it. These people couldn't come in through their front door because you couldn't move the door because it was piled high and stuff. And quite a lot of the hoarders, even if they had had a bit of a clear out at some point, they kept all the bags. And the rubbish bags were in the hallway, filling up the hallway. And now, sure, you know, the day before rubbish day, maybe that's a thing. But you put it out then, right? These people aren't. These people are keeping it. And I'm not going to say I don't have rubbish on the floor, because I can see an Amazon box, a crisp packet that the dogs have obviously had out, you know, but I don't have like 4 foot high plus of rubbish and belongings and everywhere. There is clear carpet in every room, right? And usually substantial. This is possibly the room with the least. Percentage wise, that is. And there's still a very clear walkway. You could probably walk 2 people down the middle. So it's not that bad. But these people, occasionally they've got walkways that are only a few inches. I'm talking like 6 inches or so of shit. So they tread carefully. But this lady literally had up. It was almost like you had to squeeze kind of potholing style to get through doorways. Her stuff was truly bad. And the fact that there were rats in it, what was really nice, to cut the long story short of how the episode goes, is she hadn't paid her bills. She was 20 grand short on her mortgage. The bank had foreclosed. They sold it for 45 to some chaps who now obviously own the house. And they sold it as sight unseen. So from the outside, it didn't look too bad. They went to see it and were like, saw a rat. One shit a brick because he's got a problem with rats, much like Nordic Cat myself. And they gave her an ultimatum of tidy it up or we just chuck it. And, well, she kind of didn't. But they paid for people to come and clean. They paid to replace some of the furniture and, you know, items in the house. And at the end of the show, they sold her back her house for the amount they paid for it. Rather than what it was worth now, they sold her it back so she didn't lose her home. And they were out of pocket substantially because they had van after van after van of rubbish taken away. And that cost money. And obviously they had team of like 10 plus people. Now some of it was her family, don't get me wrong. But what annoys me about every single one of the Hoarders show is that I live alone. So hence Mount Crackmore doesn't really bother me because it doesn't bother me. Therefore there's no one to bother. So its existence isn't addressed because no one's bothered by it. All of these people seem to have other adults in the house. And the other adults will go on at the beginning. It's a bit like the My £600 Lifers where, you know, you get the kind of discussion and, you know, how I got here and I don't, you know, the My £600 I don't know why I'm £600 and, or because you ate 40 pizzas for breakfast, Sharon. Those kind of moments, right? At the beginning of Hoarders, you get the person explaining that their house has got away from them a bit. And then you get the other people in the house. And nearly always there's 1+ adults. One of the ones I saw, there were like 3 other adults who had nothing wrong with them. It's not like they were disabled or, you know, anything of the sort. They weren't sick. They weren't, other than they were fed up with the mess. But they weren't tidying it either. And they were very judgmental. I do find that the families are very, very judgmental. Now, most of us who have Mount Crackmore Plus, I mean, she had the fucking Alps of Mount Crackmore, she really did. But for most of us who end up with a bit of a Mount Crackmore scenario, most of that comes about through depression. And the families can be very, very judgmental, I found, in these order programs about how I don't understand why she can't this or he can't. It's usually she, but you know, I don't understand why she doesn't this, and I don't know how they lived like this. And um, well, I mean, one of them, there was a young girl who lived there, and she was like 11, and she didn't like the fact that her bedroom was messy. But she still built up food in it. She still, but now, admittedly, you could argue she was copying her mother, but she knew it was wrong. She didn't like it, but she didn't keep her bedroom tidy. And the same's true with many of the other adults. And it puzzles me because they're very happy to go on camera saying, oh my God, this person's so terrible. Well, your room's the same, love. Don't be pretending you're that much holier than thou, because, well, your room's just as messy. Your room's just as bad. You know, I don't see, you know, you've complained about, say, the pile of trash bags in the hallway. Well, I don't see you taking them out either. It takes two, right? You know, if there's two of you living there and there's a big mess, it takes two, because, yes, one of you made it, and yes, you can get fed up of cleaning up after the other one. But for it to stay there, you both have to have left it. Both of you could have done something about it. So, and, you know, there was one episode that I watched where I think there were 3 adults and they were unemployed. Well, then you've got the time, honey. You know, it's not like you've all got, you know, day jobs and you come home and you're tired because it's a, you know, you've had a long day, and, you know, we can all understand that. But, yeah, you know, don't be pretending you're all innocent in this when you're just as bad. I mean, the fact that your own rooms are not better. I'm not saying they have to be perfect. Please do not expect, you know, I don't expect minimalist and, you know, gleaming tops. But the fact that your room's also 4 foot high and shit kind of implies you didn't do anything about it either. And you didn't keep your bit any better, so it's not all on the hoarder. But they do tend to, they bring in a psychiatrist kind of lady or bloke to help the person who's a hoarder to let go of some of their stuff, but this thing reminds me of so-and-so, and you're like, yeah, but it's rubbish, love. You know, you can part with that. And so they do bring in a psychiatrist to help them adjust, because, like all of us, right, Mount Crackmore didn't appear overnight. Of course it didn't. It started off as a pile of things that I had in a box, but the box was too weak to lift it. So I didn't. And then I put some things on top of it, because, well, it wasn't going anywhere. And then the thing on top of it was a bigger thing, so now it kind of covered the chair. So then I put some things on top of the thing in the chair. Then I started putting things that I was done with for now, but I needed to put out in the rubbish. So Amazon box, for example, would chuck the Amazon box on it. Then there were a bunch of Amazon boxes. Then Amazon, of course, sent packages. Then there's the packaging of the thing that came from Amazon. And so it's grown into, I'm not going to pretend it's not a bit of a rubbish pile, but underneath somewhere there is actually some keepable shit. But it doesn't grow overnight. It doesn't appear magically. You don't wake up one morning and there's a 12 foot high foot. I mean, bear in mind, mine's not 12 foot tall, but you know, you don't wake up tomorrow to a 12 foot trash pile. They just don't happen like that. They grow over time. And one of the things that one of the psychiatrists on the show did say is that one of the biggest things is because they're going in there and they're going to try and rip it all out in a couple of days. That is a hell of a shock to a hoarder. It, you know, all of their precious memories and things that they wanted, and, you know, a bit like most of us crafters have piles of stuff that could keep you going for a couple of years of projects, but come a new project, you'll probably still buy some new shit, right? That kind of moment, if you know, expand that up house-sized to piles and piles of stuff that you intend to do something with, maybe possibly later. All of these things, you know, even if it's rubbish, and you know, like the Amazon package or whatever, and they go, yeah, but it's cardboard, I could use it for, but you haven't yet. And there will likely be more, so use one nearer the time, right? And trying to get them to part with it is very difficult because, well, it's really, I mean, I speak from experience. I find tidying soul destroying. It's part of the reason I'm not a tidy person, because I won't spend time doing it, because it physically destroys me. I am an emotional mess. And it's not because I'm getting rid of stuff I want. I mean, for example, yesterday's Amazon packaging, right? I don't need it. Don't want it. Not going to use it for anything. Which reminds me, I must print out my forms and fill them in. But I also haven't thrown it yet. Now, stuff like that, yeah, doesn't bother me. But to go about tidying it myself, if you were to come in here and pick up a bunch of boxes and say, can I throw those out? Yeah, of course you can. I am not emotionally tied to them. I just find it very difficult to sit down to tidy. That action sets my brain up to be miserable, and it acts like a wounded animal, right? But if someone else came in and went, right, I see some cardboard boxes, some plastic wrapping, and, you know, can I chuck these? Yeah, of course you can. These people can't do that. Now, that's a stage that I am not, so I don't entirely relate to it. But I do understand how hard it can be to sit down, to throw things out, and to, in their case, I mean, to be potentially told, do you need, and it will be something that you bought because you wanted it for something. I mean, as an example, it's a very poor example, but let's take the crappy yarn I got, i.e. the non-sticker one, for tatting. Now, it's a bit shit. I'm still reluctant to chuck it out though, because I can use it. But it is less desirable. It's like, you know, scratchy acrylic yarn. It's less desirable. You're not going to use it for, you know, close to the body stuff. You know, but to have a blanket for, you know, sitting on the sofa with, or the boot of your car for the dog, great. You know, so weaving up with that, making a blanket for the dog in the car, perfect. To have some cushion covers for your couch, great. All of that, great, not a problem. But you wouldn't make Floos and V's t-shirt, right, out of scratchy yarn, because it's going to be on your body, like as he's making a t-shirt. And, you know, you wouldn't want it next to you because it would be scratchy. But if you were making a tank top or a waistcoat, possibly, because it's not next to the skin, it's on top of something, so it doesn't really matter. And so you don't throw it out because it's perfectly acceptable yarn for a job, just not maybe the job you're currently at hand with. And so crafters who, in a way, are selective hoarders, because we keep shit because we know we can use it for something, because we can. We're just maybe not doing it yet. But these people do, they really do keep everything. And it is very hard for them. And as I say, I do relate on a lot of levels, because I know how hard it is for me to sit down and tidy. And even if someone else was to do it, the moment they get to the, you know, where should I put, right? Because it's a keepable thing. Well, I maybe don't have a specific home for it, because UK homes just do not have cupboard space, right? So, and crafters, as we all know, inevitably a craft, irrelevant of what craft it is, most crafts take up more room than you've got space for. The one thing different I would argue with tatting is, well, exactly, you end up just having piles of shit. But you don't have actual cupboards for it. You don't have... virtually everyone in the UK has a junk room, okay? It's usually the smallest bedroom in the house, and you put shit in it. The shit that you aren't using every day. The shit that you... I know, like your winter duvet instead of your summer duvet, because you've got a fat one for winter and a thin one for summer. Or your winter wardrobe if you're one of those women that has different clothes for different seasons. Or, you know, your big winter coat, so it's not in the way all summer. You put these things in a room and shut the door. And it's like every UK home has a junk drawer, right? It's just the way it turns out. Every UK house kind of has junk room. And those who don't have a junk room, what the hell are you doing? Because there are a couple. I know a lady who doesn't have a junk room. But she also tends to throw anything out she hasn't used for 6 months and then wonders why she's broke. Well, because the stuff you only use like once a year, love. And if you chucked it out every time, it could get expensive. I mean, I haven't used my sewing machine for a year. I wouldn't chuck it out, though. It costs me more than my fucking car's worth. I mean, okay, my car's currently not got MOT. It ran out today, by the way. But, again, it's things like that. I've got a serger. I don't use that every month, let alone year. But when I use it, I want it. Because it's really useful. But you have these things that you are not necessarily going to use. I mean, lots of people don't cook roast dinners anymore. It's not as common as it used to be, right? Everyone used to, in the 80s, everyone had Sunday roast, right? These days, lots of families don't do Sunday roast. They'll go out down the local carvery or whatever for a Sunday roast. But come Christmas dinner, chances are they cook Christmas dinner. So they've probably got roasting tins and shit they only use once a year. Now, I've got a tin that is great for cooking my turkey in, because it's big and all the rest of it. I really only use that when I cook a roast chicken or a turkey. Now, I do have a few chickens over the year, and I do have roasts, but I tend to buy chicken crowns, because there's only me. And I can get away with not using a full bird-sized scenario. So therefore I don't. But if you're a family, you need a whole bird, therefore you need to do that. But people don't tend to do roast lamb, roast beef, roast chicken, whatever during the year anymore. I mean, some people do, but not everybody. So come Christmas, the yearly trawling out of the roasting tin for the, it's not uncommon. Maybe Christmas is one of the few times you do put out the serving dishes on the table. My dad had a shit ton of serving stuff. Wasted on me. I didn't. There's only one of me. I'm not going to bother laying out an entire table just for me. I pile it on my plate and come and sit where I always do. And I eat a massive pile of Christmas dinner because, well, Christmas dinner is one of those things is you can always eat more than even you thought you could. And it's true with most roast dinners, to be honest. But yeah, there is a bit of you that kind of goes, well, I don't do that every week necessarily, I mean, even I don't cook a roast every week. I really enjoy a good roast, and now I'm thinking about it, I might do that because I've got to order my Tesco delivery, so I might do me a roast over the weekend. It's kind of sounding a really good plan. But it's that kind of thing. You have... That's right. We all have things that we don't use. Your Christmas decorations, we don't throw them out every year and then buy new ones next year. Now, if you have a real tree, you probably do that for the tree. But your actual decorations, you keep them for years. Well, you've got nowhere to put them in a UK house by default. other than maybe the attic or the garage if you can't, because most UK garages are too small for the car. Yeah. But you see, the lady who claims to throw everything out if she hasn't used it for 6 months has an entire house full of books. And I tried to explain it to her on her terms of, because, you know, she came to help me clean out my garage, and there was a lot of stuff I knew I was going to keep in my garage, don't get me wrong, but she was helping me and Trev clear out the garage because, well, basically it was still full of his shit, and my old garage is still full of his shit. Still got his shit from when we moved up here in 1999. That's the kind of shit I was hoping to get rid of, but Trev didn't have anywhere to put it, so it's still in there, But she was there to try and help us. And we found things we'd forgotten, and we were like, oh my god, I'd forgotten about that. Oh, are you throwing it then? No. Why would I be throwing it? Well, because you haven't used it in like 10 years. So? Still good. It's great. It's great memory. It's my thing. It's got sentimental value, love. Oh, well, I don't see why you're keeping it. I thought you wanted to get rid of some of this stuff. We do, mate. But not this, right? And she got really quite pissy, and we got quite defensive. But the moment I say to her, well, you haven't read that, you haven't moved those books in 3 years. Well, I've known her, got to be nearly 20 years now. But you haven't moved this book in 20 years, right? Well, so you're going to chuck it? Oh, no, it's a book. But that's how I feel about my stuff, Rach. You haven't touched it in 20 years or more, but you don't want to part with it. That's how I feel about all of this stuff. She couldn't understand it, and I think that's the difference between me and her, for example, is that I understand that maybe I don't care for this. That's fine. But I do understand that someone else might. And, you know, Trevor and I are very similar in that we're not particularly tidy people. We've got way more shit than we have places to put the shit. And so, well, it's never going to look exactly minimalist. Now, her house doesn't look minimalist either, I need to point out. But she hasn't thrown out that clarinet she hasn't played in 20 years. Plus, she hasn't thrown out her sewing machine that she hasn't used in 20 years. And so you're kind of sitting there going, so you're telling me that you throw out your stuff because... But I also can name all the stuff that you haven't. Lots of stuff that you haven't. So let's truly be honest here. And I think there is an element to that. If you've kept something thinking you might use it, not that you have a plan for, that you might use it. So, I don't know. I'm looking around for something that I can use as an example. Amy, get off me. Because every time you get on me, my blanket leaves me because you push it off my leg. I haven't really got anything around me that I can use as a good example. Actually, this will do. Right, hang on. So, this is a torch. Now, I don't need a torch very often. But when you need a torch, you need a torch. So I bought this. It's a rechargeable torch. Right? So I'm popping the poppers. Inside, there is a torch. Look, there it is. Torch, torch, torch. Right? And it even comes with this, which is an ultraviolet one, which is quite cool. Anyway, so I can see an argument that if you bought torch because you thought you were going camping and then you don't go, or you bought, you know, you've got this thing, you know, you got off eBay or whatever it is, you know, you got something, tent, whatever, and you haven't used it for a while. Are you keeping it for the sake of keeping it, or are you actually going to use it? Now, I do get that. And I do think that if I was to honestly sit down and look at some of the things in my house, there is a significant chance I am not going to use it like I thought I was going to use it. But all my crafting stuff, as you all know, I am a little faddy with my crafting stuff. So just because I haven't done any weaving now for a year doesn't mean I'm not going to do any more. Absolutely not. Just because I'm currently not doing cross stitch doesn't mean I'm not going to do cross stitch again. It just means that, well, today, right here, right now, I'm lace making, and I've got a tatting square that I was making. And over the weekend, I do very much intend to do plenty of cross stitch. I haven't done any inkle weaving for about a year, but I don't need any at the moment, so I'm not. Because my plan for my inkle weaving was edging for my weaving, right? Basically to use it as bias tape to neaten the edges of my weaving and protect the edges of my weaving. You know, I've got lots of bobbins I'm not currently using. Doesn't mean I don't want them. Doesn't mean I won't be using them another time, because as you know, I've got different pillows, and for example, these bobbins, because they are so heavy, would be really bad on a round bolster pillow. I would need lighter ones. So I need some of my other bobbins. I've got a pile of lace making cushions I am not currently using. Well, then maybe the next project would need them. It doesn't mean... So, unless, for example, I know my eyesight goes, my hand goes, and I cannot do it anymore, well, there's always the next project. It is very difficult, I think, for some people to understand that just because you're not currently doing it, and maybe your current project, like my curtain, is going to take a fairly long time, so chances are of me... I mean, I might do some more lace-making side projects, but I am finding a nice balance of doing other kinds of things, not just lace-making, so I think that helps. So having tatting and some cross-stitch to go is a great thing for me. And so that's enough as a side project so that I don't get kind of too samey with lace making, so I get a good break with that. So yeah, but that doesn't mean throw out everything else because I'm not currently needing it. And well, you've got plenty of bobbins. Well, depends on the next project, depends what I make, depends what I'm doing. And I mean, I don't have any material, actually. It's one of the few things I don't really have. I mean, I've got cover cloths, but I don't have material in the sense of dressmaking materials and the like. But at the same time, I've got a couple of things I wouldn't mind making. So I might order some. But I haven't got like a stockpile of it, which is a good thing because that would be more stuff. But I think it's one of those things is that there is a fine line between I'm not using it now and probably won't for a couple of months, and there is a chance I will never use it again. I think much like, I mean, I keep my musical instruments. I do not envisage me playing them. I really don't. It's not that I can't. Just can't be asked. But at the same time, I know my dad would come and haunt my soul if I got rid of them. I mean, I'd make a few quid, but my dad would haunt my soul. And I do appreciate them and the fact that they are there should I feel the need. That's a good thing. And I think that's the thing. It's like everything. I've got a really posh digital camera. Do I use it a lot? No. But should I want to go somewhere and see something, well, I've got a nice camera to take good pictures with it, rather than just a phone. Now, your phones these days do take reasonably good pictures, but it's still not usually a patch on a proper digital camera, which I've got. I've also got a proper film camera. And lenses. And that's the thing is, just because, I mean, I've got TV, I haven't turned that on in a year. It's more than a year, actually. At least a year. Could even be 18 months. It's behind a pile of books at the moment, actually. But that's the thing. It's behind a pile of books. No problem with that. I haven't used my spinning wheel in a year. Doesn't mean I don't want it. I love that spinning wheel. I've got a bunch of spinning wheels. Some of them are at the old house, but my favourite one is here. I've got a little electronic one is here. Now, those I could arguably part with many of the others, but I wouldn't want to get rid of all of them. I've got knitting machines at my old house. I'd probably want to keep some. And it would be difficult to pick which, because knitting machines, like knitting needles, you need the right gauge, so you have large and small, and so you'd need to keep at least one of each. And I've got ribbers for large and small, so I'd need to keep one of each. I've also got a bit of electronic thing that's fancy shit. Tempted to keep that, but maybe not, because it didn't quite do what I wanted. And I got rid of the one that could have done what I wanted, but I couldn't repair it on my own, although there wasn't a lot wrong with it, and I had all the bits to repair it. So the kid who bought it off me got a bargain and repaired it, and has fucking taken off with it, bless him. Jesus Christ, that kid was small. He was about the size of a 12-year-old. But he loved it, and has made great use of it, so I'm really pleased for him. I haven't kept in contact with him, but he did send me a few pictures afterwards of, you know, stuff he'd made, and I saw a couple of, he sent a video of a bunch of stuff of it doing stuff in the background, and him telling everyone about how great it was, and, you know, showing how it all worked, and yeah, it was working great for him, so that was wonderful. So yeah, you know, I'm very pleased that he got it to work. I was really annoyed that I didn't, because I too had plans, but because it really would have done what I wanted, which was that it could do proper double knitting, double-sided knitting, but because it was computerized, you basically, a bit like Lace8 or WinStitch or whatever, you drew on a computer screen what you wanted and hit go, and it went off and did it. Almost 100%. You had to do about 4 rows of starting semi-manually to get it going. You then attach this to that, that to this, and just hit go. And you could fuck off and leave it. I mean, obviously you needed to check on it in case it jammed and whatever, but chances are it should have been you just set it going, shut the door, fuck off, right? And come back to a, you know, the equivalent of, well, it was 6 foot long, so it could do kind of a metre plus of actual knitting. Well, so it could make you like a single blanket. Well, think of my car. Since my car had an MOT last year, I have not moved my car. My car battery now needs a charge up. Well, I bought a charger, and it now needs another MOT. But should something happen to my dog, chances are, my neighbours would probably take me now, but, you know, I paid up my insurance. I'm going to get an MOT for it and I'm going to try and remember to drive it a bit more this year. You know, I'm going to take it out for a drive at least once every 3 months or something to keep, you know, because just so that I've got a car in case something happens to the dog. It's the only reason I'm keeping a car. It's not for me. I can live without it. But I'm keeping it in case something happens to the dog. Because a lot of taxi drivers, if I say wanted to take Rory somewhere and he was perfectly healthy and well behaved as he can be, a taxi driver might concede to take him with him. But if your dog is puking, shitting or bleeding, they're not going to want that in their car. It's not going to happen. So I need a car of my own. Settle down, Grumpy Guts. Don't look at me like that. Settle down. We will order nuggets. We will. We will order nuggets. I will. Promise. I haven't decided what I want, but we will order nuggets. But yeah, it is just because I haven't got around to fixing it, maybe I don't have the money to fix it right now. Maybe I don't have the necessity to, like my car, I mean, last year when my car got fixed, I'd known since August beforehand that it didn't work. But I didn't need it, so I didn't move it, so I didn't worry about it. So I knew for 6 months plus it was broken and didn't care because I didn't need to. Priorities and all that. You know, for many of us, when you don't have a huge amount of money to spare, fixing shit that don't need fixing yet, you know, it is that potential, right? It is the difference of, you know, if my oven was broken, I would get that fixed. My dishwasher is currently broken, but I've got hands. I can wash it myself. So I do. I'd like my dishwasher to be fixed, and at some point I will probably get it fixed. But it's not the most important thing to get fixed right now. And to be honest, I don't actually understand what's wrong with it. It's just being grumpy. Because it doesn't really have error codes. It just flashes lights and go, I hate you. Well, it's getting water. And it can drain water. And it doesn't really do a lot more than that. The bits inside move. That should move. So I kind of no idea. Hence, I'd have to call a man out. But it's not really bothering me, so it's hardly the most important thing in my life right now. I like filling in those forms that must be done. Otherwise, my job is at risk. That's all I can say about that, but my job could be at risk. Because I need to fill in the forms. It's something we go through every so often just to, you know, I promise to do my job properly kind of deal. But if I don't fill them in, I can lose my job because I'm not signed up to do my job. It is very difficult, I think, to take such blanket statements of if you haven't used it for 6 months, check it out. I will say that if you haven't worn it in years, you probably don't need the clothes, unless it really is like for funerals and weddings, right? I think that there are things that you can go realistically. If I haven't needed it in a number of years, don't really need it, can do without. If it's broken, chuck it. But if it's broken but you will need it but you can't afford it, well, and buying a new one's more expensive, then keeping it and fixing it is the right option. Because, of course, we do now live in a throwaway society where 9 times out of 10, fixing something like a printer is far more expensive than buying a new one. I mean, my little laser printer, it's almost cheaper to buy a new laser printer than it is to buy the toner to put in it. And that's a common thing with printers these days. Is that, you know, if you run out of ink or whatever on the device, in all of them, it would be cheaper to buy a new one. We live in a throwaway society, so repairing things is sometimes less economical. And you have to look at everything, and you can't just make that blanket statement of, you know, let's take a pair of scissors. Some people would buy a new pair when these got blunt. Other people would sharpen them. Well, if you don't have an easy place to get them sharpened, and you're not necessarily educated on how to sharpen them so that they will still work as scissors properly, because if you grind too much of this side away, it's not going to meet enough to actually cut. If you are not capable of sharpening them yourself and you don't know where to go, yes, buying a new pair is the best option. But for the rest of us, sharpening the ones you have is the more viable option. Make, do and mend was definitely a thing of my childhood. I grew up as I've said before, my family did not have money at all. There were lots of things that I didn't realise until a lot later, just how badly off we truly were. Because I never felt I missed out on things because I didn't know any different. Now, looking back, it was pretty crappy actually, but looking back, that's how it was. And I think people with young children these days do have a tough life because, you know, every kid from about the time they seem to start at school, so 5+, seems to have a computer, a TV, a bicycle, a this, or that, or the other, an Xbox. And I'm sorry. I'm sitting here. I do not have a PlayStation or an Xbox in this house. I do technically own a PS1. It's my old house. And I've got a Wii at my old house. But no one uses Wiis anymore. I don't even own one to that point, you know. And I've got Trev's old PS1, so, you know, let's not be pretending I even bought that. He gave me it because it was nice. Because he upgraded. Oh my goodness! Hello! Hello! Wow. So yeah. Hello. Let's sort some of this out because this looks a bit of a mess. This has got tangled somewhere. Trying to work out where everything's tangled because you've come off the bobbin. But yeah, we were just discussing as you arrived the how to keep your house tidy. No, this was right. No, it's not a dog bite. That was a dog claw. When we decided that having been sat silently on the couch minding our own business, and I was watching TV. Have a nice time, Nutkel. No, so no, this is not a bite. This was someone sitting to the right of me deciding to exit to the left of me because an ant farted in Nova Scotia, or some other unknown, weird, nonsensical, non-detectable reason. And so I'm just trying to work out how we ended up in this pickle because this all looks really kind of confusing. Because this doesn't look like it should be there. It seems to be coming from over here though. I can't see. No, so in leaping past, they foot on hand pounce and basically scrape. So it was not malicious or specifically intentional. It was just rather unfortunate. Right, as is the way of dog. Problem with lace making is you use such stupidly fine threads and you can't get near enough to see what is actually going on. That sounds kind of familiar. For my dogs, definitely relate to that. There we go. That's that out of the way. And then you are attached here somehow. Okay. You are potentially around the wrong thing. So I'm going to take this pin out because whatever you were doing is now wrong. Something is definitely... Oh, thank you for that, dog. Something is really weird. Thank you for the follow. Before you wonder how I know I've got a text-to-speech thing, and so it tells me what you're doing when I'm staring deeply into the bowels of my lace making. Oh, thank you for the follow. Right, I think we are now in a position where we might be able to redo the missing piece, which is put this back in here like this. There, that looks about right. So this is bobbin lace making for those who are clearly who didn't read the title because you rated in and weren't really aware in advance. There's only two moves in lace bobbin making. You either do a cross or a twist. You either take the left over the right or the right over the left. That's it. That's all it does. It's a bit like knitting in that there's knit and purl. So you either poke here or poke there. With knitting you've got a few more directional pokes and a few more wraps and a few more, join a few stitches together and change this one and move it around and lift it over the... No. With lace making it's literally left over right or right over left. Done. The question is how you do it, where you do it, and what you do with it afterwards, and which ones you join together. So the little snakes, for example, you take 3 pairs from one side, 3 pairs from the other. Excuse you, young lady. We are being visited by the little Amy. Thank you, darling. Thank you, bro. No! No! Stompy paws. What? No, that doesn't mean you can eat me. Rory, I have 2 dogs. Let me introduce them. So Rory is the little black one and Amy is the little brown one. They are brother and sister and they are 5. And Rory is a lot calmer and quieter than his sister. Amy is blue smarty dog. She doesn't sit still. Her nickname is Amy Winehouse, for we are very vocal. Rory doesn't tend to make a lot of noise because, well, his sister does it all for him. So he just kind of goes with the flow. So, yeah. But he, being a he, is a little bit bigger than his sister. And when he decides he wants to hug, for example, you can't even see my fingers. There you go. That's me reaching as far as I could at the time. Because there's a little black dog in the way. Yes, there is. And they've been a bit like this all afternoon. They've been a bit needy and huggy. And I am not a climbing zone animal. No, I'm not. No, I do love you very much. Ow! Whack me in the face with your ear. How come when you whack me in your face with your ear, it doesn't hurt you as much as it does me? She often does this. She gets right up and stands on your lap, again, I kind of head 2 inches from your face, and then shakes her head and whacks you with her ears. Now, they haven't got very long ears. You can see they're not very big ears. But when dogs shake their heads, it's at quite a speed. So when you get slapped in the face with one, actually is quite painful because it's quite a slap feel. Have you got octopus? You have got octopus. Or is that Hefflump? No, it's Hefflump. It's Hefflump. We have a little blue elephant toy that has like crinkly plastic thing in it, which she loves dearly. Where's Hefflump? There he is. Ow. Don't nibble, cheeky dog. Rory just is licking my hand, which annoys the crap out of me sometimes. And he just nibbled. No, do not. Look, bugger off. Let me finish doing what I wanted to do, if you don't mind. we will order dog nuggets in a bit. So, Friday is takeout night in my house. And as part of my takeout, because I live alone, I order my dogs nuggets. So they get a couple of chicken. It's like up to 4 chicken nuggets, depending on who we go to. So it's 3 or 4 chicken nuggets each. And they get that as part of Friday. They get a treat for being good all week, because I work from home and they have to leave me alone enough while I work to do my job. And so we all get Friday night takeout, and they will get their nuggets. Do not fret, animals. You will get your nuggets. I don't know whose nuggets they are yet. I haven't decided. Do feel like nachos, I must admit. It is normal for me to get my nachos. But yes, welcome to the mayhem. If you have any questions, feel free. I am currently making a net curtain in strips. I don't have the tin to hand because the dog knocked it off the table earlier, and it's now down the other side, and I am not leaping around the world to go and find it. But because it fell off. But basically, I am making 7 1-meter strips of lace that look remarkably like this. So there's a smaller motif and a slightly bigger motif. Quit your whining, animal. And these I will then join the strips together, which will be fun, or not, as the case may be. Possibly more not, but that'll be the joys of later. To form a net curtain for one of my windows. It's going to take about a year or so, maybe 18 months, including the whole finishing thing. Longer, the more I don't stream every day. So while I did for at least the first year or so stream pretty much every day with occasional one day off, towards the end of last year I have been a bit more depressed. Nothing caused by any of this, of course, and of course making is good for depression, but the additional pressure of having to do a full-time job and then come and stream for some time was proving a little bit hard. And so I have cut back to my guaranteed Friday, because I did promise that I would stream every Friday afternoon, pretty much come hell or high water, and then and hopefully other days. And at the moment, the other days are kind of on hold. Now, I am feeling a lot better, but not back to normal, but a lot better. But I have been doing some other things, and the other things I think have helped, because one thing you have to understand is that with there only being 2 moves in lace making, it is somewhat repetitive, and irrelevant of what pattern you're actually making, it's kind of repetitive. And so, not that that's a bad thing. I mean, knitting's repetitive, crochet's repetitive, poke, wrap, pull. I mean, you know, it's still pretty much repetitive. But to break the monotony of that, I have taught myself to, with a little bit of help. I have an advice. I've taught myself to do tatting. So at the moment, I am currently making a tatting square on the side, which I quite like. Let me zoom in for you so that you can see it a little bit more clearly. Hang on. Boink. Let me get down a bit. Left a bit. Up a bit. There you go. Too much. There you go. So this is the tatting square that I'm making. It's only a couple of days. Doesn't take too long. It grows a lot quicker than bobbin lace, that's for sure. But it also uses a lot more thread. I do... Thank you. So I'm quite pleased with that. I've kind of got the grips to that. I'm also doing some cross stitch, which I'll do more of this weekend, and only last weekend because I was as sick as a parrot. and that's proving to be kind of the crux of a lot of it at the moment, is that my mind is willing, my body not so much. And I can't do too much tatting because it's playing havoc with my hands. There is a whole, you know, I'm an old fart, I'm 53. I'm not old, but I'm not young either. And bits of me are objecting to not having enough sleep, some of the stresses that I've been under. Most of them aren't of my own creation, is all I need to say on that, is that few of the stresses I'm under are of my own design. It's not like I've committed to do too much stuff, or no, this is just my daytime job. I mean, as an example, last week by 1 o'clock Thursday morning, I had done more than a week's worth of work. I'd done 2 more days worth and a bit on top in 3 days. So I did 5 days work in 3 days. Not by choice. And not by my own causing, i.e. something of mine died. This was someone else who needed something, and apparently only I could do it. Which is nice when you want it, but at the same time, you know, there is a bit of the, I don't want to be doing that anymore. And all of that's because she helped him open the door. She tells him off for making her open the door. He can open it if he really wants, but he's stupid. Well, he's not stupid. He's just... Yes, I know. I know. Can you stop mauling me, animals? No, whatever it is, or you can frigging wait. Just no, animals. Just no. Right. No, don't take that tone of voice with me, woman. What did I just say? Seriously, Amy, no. Let's put you back in a stick. I know what we haven't done for a while. Didn't work. Well, that's a bit shit. Oh, my stick button doesn't work. I had a stick thing. It was really good. But my stick thing didn't work. Pants. What? I've got a stick thing. Why didn't my stick thing? Hang on. Yeah, there's a little dog nose poking its face in. Why are you? Where did my stick go? Well, stick things disappeared. There it is. It says turning on, and I must have moved the picture. Or the video must have moved. Did I move the... What's the properties on that then? Did I move that? Did I move that? Hang on. Move there. And then there. And then there. No, it's still there. Why didn't you play it then? Shut up, animal. What part of shut up did you not understand? Oh, I'll look at that later. Because, well, that's a bit disappointing. Anyway, I had a thing because there is a beautiful video called with a little video about stick, which we have been accustomed to randomly playing, and for some reason is now currently broken. Thank you for that, OBS. I will look at that later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's batch you up a bit and do the other side. You over here because we don't need you either. This is why they get all tangled, because you end up going over the pins, not round them, and it's much harder to go round them than you might imagine. This is one of the most annoying things about lace making, is trying to keep things, well, not tangled, because that is a lot harder than it sounds. I will be stopping shortly, not too imminently, but I am super hungry, and it is gone 6 o'clock, so food is definitely on my mind, and I'm hungry. Bear in mind, please note, I haven't eaten anything since 11 AM, which was technically breakfast, so all I've had today is one kind of bit of breakfast, so I'm entitled to be hungry. I'm allowed. It's not like I'm, you know, eating my 20th pizza of the day. But at the same time, I am hungry. Do I need this? Actually, no. Is the short answer. Don't need this one yet. So, as you don't know, with lace making, you do have some choices of where you work and what you do. So there's a dot here. I could work that stitch, or I could come over here and work that one. Those are pretty much the only two I could currently do. I could probably do one over here or something, possibly. But realistically, I am coming here to try and bring this side down a bit so it's nearer the 10th inch, and that we will have I need 1, 2, 3 of you. Let me put you up over there like that, out of the way a little bit. And then we can release you up. One of my biggest curses in life is the fact that the bobbins, which I made by the way, so the homemade bobbins, the only thing that is a little frustrating about them is that the thread, yarn, string, whatever you want to call it, doesn't tend to stay on the rows at the top and falls off, and I get a little bit gobby about it because it is really irritating. And 9 times out of 10, it's almost like once it's come off, it's going to come off some more for a bit, and then it will stop, and then you'll go through another phase of falling off. And because you do a hitch at the top, if not Kelp still here, he'd explained the difference between hitches and knots. But the truth of it is that it should be enough. Technically it's enough because it goes around the base of a sphere, so it's got to get bigger to go over the top, but somehow it manages it, and it is kind of irritating. And I do this stitch, which is cross stitch, a little differently to most people, and so do not be alarmed if you think it looks weird. The answer is it is, but it's also highly efficient. So and I have seen someone else do the same, which is quite interesting because I worked it out with my weaving tendencies. So to give you an idea of what I do, I'll do this one different. The normal move is cross, twist 2, cross, right? And then you go to do the next one, cross, twist 2. Now if I'm going to do the cross, which is here, but I'm also, if I kind of pencil that one in, these two and these two are now going to have this one do cross the things. So I now move 2 together, and then you remain doing 2 together to go across. Because, well, it's... Rory, I said no. Get your head out. I want to finish doing this. I actually, you know, we're on a roll. We're doing really well today. Don't need a dog in it, please. It's not like you're deprived. Been here all frigging week. I work from home. It's not like they're deprived at all. It's not like I ignore them. And it's, you know, as I'm only doing this once a week, it's not even like that they can't have my attention pretty much constantly the rest of the week. So, you know, I only ask for a little bit of peace while I do this. It's not that big a deal. They are not long suffering and unloved, much as all pets will tell you they are. So, as you can see then, when I do this, you do the first cross, and then because you keep crossing, you just kind of go to the other side, and it just makes it it just makes it easier for your brain to keep going. The only problem is if someone stops you, you forget what you were doing, but whether you were going over or under. But that it just seems highly logical to me, as the weaver within me says, well, I'm making over, under, I might as well do them all, you know. Why stop and, you know, make it three, you know, make 3 moves when technically it's 2, and then you start it again. It's a 2 repeat, not a 3, you know. And then you have to do some twisting at the end, but it's fine. Twist at the end like that. So a little bit like crochet and knitting is, although these are made of cross and twist, it is the combinations thereof that give you the stitches and the looks and what you do next with it. So cloth stitch, oddly enough, will look a lot like normal cloth. If I made this whole panel in cloth stitch, every thread would go under ovary and then ovary. So if it went over under, this one would go under over, and you repeat that because you've got a pair of bobbins, so you end up doing 2 at a time. So instead of, unlike weaving where you do 1 and then do the other on the return, you're doing a pair, turning them around, doing a pair, doing a pair, doing a pair. And that's just how it's designed. And that's fine. That's cool. We don't mind. We have no problem with that. The mesh type bit that you can see predominantly in my lace is known as ground. And this is, I'm making it, and now, you, like all things, you have a choice. I have chosen to make my ground stitch with half stitch because I wanted it to be fairly light. I could do it with whole stitch, and what you do is you have the cross and then you'd have a bit more of a bar in between, whereas with these it is literally kind of open. I don't have any to hand, but if I zoom in and go up a lot, it is kind of symmetrical in that you cross and make a kind of 4 things, do a bit of a dance and come out the other way, so you end up with a very even mesh, which is quite nice. So that's what that's all about. By the way, you also have control of the camera. You can move the camera around, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can do all of that should you feel the need. It also saves me from doing it, but you can zoom in on things. So now, should I have thousands of viewers, obviously that would be a really bad idea because you'd all fight, but you know, while there's handfuls of you, I'm sure you can be organised and adult about it all. So that's still a thing, especially as it's all boiled down to 6 again now. I do appreciate that lace making is not for everybody. Really isn't. Everyone can do it. It's not. You don't need to be special to make it work. You also don't need anything fancy to do. Have a go. People use crayons. People use pens as bobbins. Rolled up towels as in place of this, because all this needs to be is your table. You don't need anything fancy, but like all things, you can get fancy. We buy fancy, and as I say, I made these. These bobbins are the fanciest bobbins I've got, and they were the cheapest. They work out something like 25p each. Most bobbins will cost you at least £1 each, if not more. And if you look on eBay, you'll find sometimes up to £25 for a bobbin. Well, you can't do anything with one. Everything's all about pairs in lace making, as a 90% rule. The only time you have one is for gimp threads, which are big fat threads that you wind around to emphasize edges of things. But yeah, you'd be surprised. You would absolutely be surprised at how much people pay for some bobbins. And personally, I mean, being an old-fashioned kind of fart, I would love some bone ones, because, you know, obviously bone would have been fairly traditional originally, because, well, making stuff out of tiny bits of wood, you know, would have been harder back then. Sorry, I'm just straightening a pin. Getting quite good at straightening pins. It's quite scary because this one now looks pretty dead straight. Nothing wrong with bent pins. It's not like, you know, the end of the world, but it does make it easier to grab hold of later. So we do like a good straight pin, and they do bend pretty easy because, well, pins aren't exactly the strongest things in the world. Size of pin does technically matter in lace making. A bit like dressmaking, you'd use certain pins on satin and silk because, you know, it's delicate. With lace making, the pin obviously helps determine the hole left where the pin was to an extent. And I do say to an extent because you can use really fine extra bendy pins, which I was using at one point because I wanted to keep the pinholes to a bare minimum. But the truth is, once you washed it, you can't see any real difference. So, but I wanted to keep the pinholes to a minimum to, you know, try and keep tension great and everything. All it did was mean I threw about a third of the pins away every time I used some. Because literally you'd almost pick at it, look at it, and watch it bend under the weight of your gaze. It was, you know, the small pins really truly are fragile beyond belief. So these are normal pins. I've got them in the world's biggest pot. I got 500 grams of pins because that is the one thing that you can never have too many of, pins, when it comes to lace making. I mean, if you look, if I slide this down a bit, right, you can see I've got this much with pins on it. That's quite a lot of pins. I mean, let's not be kidding. It's quite a lot of pins. So, you know, you do kind of have that. It never hurts to have some more. And you never know when you're going to bend a bunch, because right now, I'm in the joining of two bits of my pattern. You might be able to see just about here a line behind where it looks a bit fatter or whatever, behind the scenes. Well, the reason for that is because that's where two pattern strips are joined. Because obviously my printer can only print A4, like most printers. Well, actually, there's no reason why it couldn't do longer sheets of paper, but you don't really get A4 wide and longer paper easily, and your printer would get a bit confused. Although it would be really nice to print it in one go, my laminator wouldn't manage it. So, and I laminated it because it gives the paper extra strength. I don't have to laminate it, but part of the joy of laminating it is the fact that it makes it a lot more reusable. And because I'm making 7 strips, it means that I can take 2 strips printed out and laminated and sorted and just reuse them, which is good, which is a good thing. So this is strip number 2, as you can see from the magic things at the top. And Henri, will you piss off, animal? I do love my dogs, do not get me wrong, but I want to do this. It's 6:30. I've been doing this for 4 and a bit hours. I want to kind of get to inch number 10 because, well, I'm in that mood. And then I will order me and them some food. So I am hungry. They are hungry. We're all hungry. It's not like your special dog. I am also hungry. You are not the only one who's hungry. And, well, you just have to freaking wait. You're not going to die because you haven't eaten for 10 minutes. Okay? Much as your little doggy brain says so. Because we all know that's how doggy brains work. Now, why? See, something's wrong here. The problem I do have, as a lace maker, I am really hampered by the fact that I have appalling vision. And my glasses, not that they're the cleanest, if I do this, you can see that the coating's knackered and that most of it's missing. And then where there's bits where it's kind of, especially see it on this lens, you can see where it's kind of crackled at the edge, and this distorts my vision. But on top of that, I have never been any good at being able to tell some relative things between certain shapes. So, for example, if you put a curly telephone table in front of my vision, I can't focus on anything else. Irrelevant of the fact that it's small, I can't do that for some reason. Now, I think you two are the pair. That looks reasonable, but it still looks wrong. Sometimes, rather than try and see it, the easier answer is to undo it and just unpick, because it's only going to be a couple of pins. So, and one thing about lace making that is quite good is that undoing is as simple as it sounds. If you did cross twist, you now do twist. You now do twist cross, and well, that'll be the end of it. See, you're crossed more than I'd like. Just take you out for a second. So you should be right. So now sometimes you undo it and it just makes no sense whatsoever, so you just kind of act like it made sense and keep going, which is kind of the case here, and I don't see why that was being weird, but it was, so now it's not, so it's fine, because it pulled it apart and it didn't seem anything wrong with it, so anyway. So I've now got 3 of you. I can do another 1, 2, 3. I can make my snake. If you were around earlier in the worlds of the internet, you can Google it. If you go to YouTube and type for the search, I'm a snake, there is a guy who goes, I'm a snake, I'm a slithery snake. That's all I hear every time I see snake, and I named these snakes because, now, I won't say I invented them because I most certainly did not, but it was a pattern I'd seen that others had not thought to continue. So what you would see often is you'd get like 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot. So you get this kind of arrow shape, for want of a better word. And my brain went, well, surely you can continue that. And I swear I saw a picture of someone having done it, which is why I most certainly do not claim to have invented it. But I have brought it to fame, and now it is, it came up, I showed it up on the, I showed kind of this on the, because I'd asked, does anyone know how it's done? And they all kind of blinked at me a lot. And I went, I'm sure I saw a photo on here about it, because one of the things that we all know about Facebook is really bad is that nothing is in time order anymore. So if you saw something a week ago, the chances of you finding it again, near impossible, right? And that's assuming they haven't deleted it, that you don't, because you may have been shown something that wasn't in a group you're in. So it may have been one of those, oh, we thought you might like to see some random tat that you had no interest in. And yet one day it was actually interesting. And, well, unless you saved it, it's gone now. Because you will never find it because it's not in any of the things that you're part of. And I swear I saw this in blue. Couldn't find it. Anyway, so I was doing this and I did the snake thing. And everyone kind of, oh, like, how did you do that? And you're like, oh, it's kind of obvious, really. And so it got written up as a, you know, a how to make this pattern on one of the very commonly referred to websites by Jo Adkins. She's lovely. But I call them snakes because the very first one, when you convert from standard meshy ground bit to snake, you, like with this motif here, you get like a little bobble head, and then if I take that bit out, right, you will see that you've got like a bobble, body goes to the left, goes to the right, sorry, and then back again. So you've got like the thing. And so I'd seen the bobble, so it's got a head and it has a tail, which is also a bobble, but because it's also slightly pointed, so it could be either. So it looks very much like a snake going up and down the thing. And I decided that I wanted this as extra decoration to my motifs in the middle to give it a little bit more interest. And obviously the one thing that you will notice, obviously, is that the snakes will be fairly close together. Now, she says, looking behind me. Where did that go? Hang on. Behind me, I used to have, and it's not. That's right, it's an Amazon parcel. Rory, just go that way. Don't go through the middle of everything. It's an Amazon pile of stuff. Now I moved it. I tidied. You see, this is why you should never tidy, people. I tidied it out the way. It's over there now. It's over there in my pile of stuff. I have got a 6 wide strip, this wide, experimento that we did. There are pictures on various social media of the experiment. That show how it's roughly going to lay out, because obviously, while this is going to be 7, just to make it an odd number, so I can do odd, even, odd, even, odd, even, odd kind of thing, right? To make it symmetrical. I did 6 because, well, that's as wide as it needs to be. It could be wider. It could be considerably wider. I think, you know, go up to 8 wide without, you know, being a problem. But because I don't want my net curtain to be flat, so you see the actual pattern. So they're going to be close together, but I sewed them together and I experimented on how to sew them together to get the best results. Hence, we did 6 of them, and you know, it turned out pretty damn good, actually. Slightly annoyed that it's not here, and looking over there, it's not going to be that easily accessible either, is it? No. I'm surprised it's not over here, though. I'm really not. Rory, can you move? Move! Come on! Wretched animals. They're like really small children. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. What about now? What about now? When I meant no, I meant no for a good deal of time here. I will tell you when I change my mind. So I've got too much stuff in my house, and this pile is that's it. That's definitely it. I really thought it was still here. No, that's not it. under the pillow. I think so. Ooh, other things. Cushion. More cushion? No. It's simply not. It's definitely over there. I had hoped that it was lurking under here, but apparently not. Which is weird because I don't immediately see it over there. Hang on. Problem is I don't have a lot of room. Get out. It's not that. Well, can't be a little confused because it's not there either. Well, not blatantly there either. Must have moved it. Probably took it in the other room for safety. That's probably more likely what happened. Because, as I say, room in here is a bit of a premium. Because this is where I live, work, you know, and otherwise. So I've got plenty of stuff in here. And stuff for other things, and more stuff, and more stuff, and a bit more stuff. I really thought it was there. As I say, I do vaguely remember taking some stuff into the other room, so, and because I don't need it, it's not to hand, but that's a bit disappointing. I must have a picture actually. Hang on, there'll be a picture. Hang on. There'll be a picture of it on here somewhere. And of course, when I scroll up, computer, I meant up, not wander around like a drunk. Thank you. So if I scroll back a fair bit. Still scrolling. Thank you for losing interest in what we were doing there. There it is. That looks a bit blurry. Have we not got a slightly less blurry? There we go. So here is what I was talking about. This is the 6x6 version, so obviously it's a bit short. But this was as we were trialling motifs for the end result. Some were more favourable than others. I did not specifically have preferences. There were some I didn't like at all, and so that were not up for picking from. And some that I was kind of like, Some I did kind of have a bit of a feel for, so I kind of would have liked this. This is quite cool, kind of like this, or this one, which is a slightly bigger version of that one. These weren't really my bag. That would have been really easy. The Eye of Sauron, as that became known, was... I didn't like the hole. It would be too big. I think it would look funny. And the sides are too solid for a neck curtain. It just looks like someone shot it and it went wrong. These, again, kind of okay. Didn't really care. In the end, we boiled it down to 1, 2, I think 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there was 20. So then all of these, because these were all unique. And they picked, funnily enough, this one and this one. So that's what we did. That's where we went. So yeah. Rory, don't be pretending that you're cute and that I will change my mind because your cuteness will change the outcome. Right, work. Um, more work stuff. Some pretty bad poop for work. Yeah, whatever. But yes, that was the trial and error. But as you can see, the first join, this one here on the left, looked a bit better in person than it does on camera. I will say that did look a lot better in person than on camera. But how that actually worked was that because it overlapped, you overlapped it, and much like the snakes, if you think of how the snakes are, there is kind of a spot on the opposite side where the bulge of the snake is. There's a kind of a spot. Well, how that was the same with sewing is that you sewed like the snake, kind of all the way up, and it meant there was kind of a flappy bit, so that meant it kind of got pulled out of shape. But the double thickness, because obviously it's not just double thickness, it's kind of worse than that, because virtually all of those lines, all of the mesh, all of everything is 2 threads doing a slight twist. Where it crossed over, obviously there were 4, and then of course you used a 5th to join them together. So in the second one, I tried butting them together and only sewing them, but for some reason that caused a bit of a straight line that looked a bit wonky. In the third and future ones, so we're talking of this column here now, I used the technique based upon what they used to do in Chantilly lace. Now, it is only based upon because Chantilly lace has a great advantage on this. In Chantilly lace and the other names that it goes by, which there are a few, so Bucks Point and Tonda and a couple of others, you could, unlike with this, where each of these edges, so for example this raw edge here, is 2 threads twisted together. Rory, I'm not done yet. So in joining it together, you have effectively got 3. In Bucks Points, Tonda, whatever, you could have 1. You would start with a single thread at the top, and it would effectively snake its way to the bottom, and you would be able to have a single thread, therefore matching the 2 either side by sewing it together. And so it would look a lot more perfect in that scenario. And we did try doing this pattern in a Bucks Point style, because you can. But there is a bit of a confusing thing about Bucks Point and all of those styles. In my mesh, as you see me make, when you see me make it again, you cross and twist some bobbins and put a pin in and then repeat it. So you effectively, it's known as covering the pin, but you do some work, you put a pin in, and then you do the same again, and the pin is trapped in the middle. With Chantilly stroke everything else, you do the cross and twisty bit, and then you move on. The pin just kind of is. In fact, it doesn't really hold anything, and in fact distinctly doesn't really hold anything. As a result, it is easy to screw it up, because you start off with a bunch of lines, and with this, 2 bobbins go in one from the right, 2 bobbins go in from the left at a 45-degree angle, meet in the middle, do a dance, 2 leave one side, 2 leave the other. Done. With Bucks Points, the same is kind of true, except only one of each side crosses in the middle, so you only swap 1 bobbin per pair. You then do some twisting, because it's multiple twists. But the pin sits in the middle. Well, so you still get kind of the row shape. And it is very stretchy, very interesting to look at. And I have got some examples around. No, I thought that might have been one. Apparently not. But it, as a result of how you do this, it means that it's very easy to keep a very regular shape for the mesh. With Bucks Point and everything else, well, it can move, so it does. So it has a much more handmade feel to it when you look at it. But also, should you screw it up, it's kind of weirder to undo, because you can get to a point where, although it's on a 60-degree grid, there is one thread that travels all the way across at that 60 degrees. Because it comes in, and depending on how many twists you are, it's the same one going out. The same one then goes to make the next one. And you can end up with this line, but is the line from the pin above or the pin below? And you could end up really confusing yourself, and that's what we did. We ended up really confusing ourselves. But we did give it a go, and we could have done this. And that would have been nice, because it would have given us the single thing, but the chances of screwing it up... Hang on. So yeah, you have the chances of screwing it up were highly raised for what could have been a nice gain, but the price was a bit high. The end result would have been nicer, but it was not going to be, 500% nicer. That's right. I thought over here I had our little example piece. I saw it. There it is. I saw it the other day. So this is not very big, as you will soon see. Now this was us doing this in a Bucks Point style, right? So this is the same shit done Bucks Pointy. Now let's zoom in so you can have a good look. As you can see, the mesh is not very uniform, but this edge is a single thread and not two. Ignore the fact that this was a hard edge, but this died when, because this was the start, so technically this was the top, and as you can see, you get kind of like a little snake head, and then it moves down. But it got to the bottom, and I screwed it up somehow, and I could not get back to a point, even though it was all looking good. So all of this is fine. There's no blatant mistakes in it. I undid quite a bit, but the moment I went to continue, it was still wrong, and I couldn't work out. And what I didn't really want to do is get halfway through a meter-long strip, screw it up, and not be able to fix it. Whereas this is, the stuff we're normally doing, is a lot easier to fix. Now, some of it would come with a lot more experience and all the rest of it. But as you can see, other than this doesn't look particularly even, which, again, slightly kind of frustrating. Whereas this stuff, if I scroll up, when you take it off, if I scroll down a bit, and here you can see this is off the pins, it holds its shape, but it's very uniform, and it looks kind of smart and professional. Whereas going back to our more normal scenario, if I scroll back down to our little tiny bit, it looks very handmade. Now, there's nothing wrong with handmade, truly isn't. But in a net curtain, do you really want to sit there with looking at it with regrets, going, it looks scruffy? You want to look at it. Now, are there mistakes in my net curtain? Oh, hell yes. Absolutely. Are there mistakes that are going to show? To me, yes. To most of you, possibly less so. And I do mean that with kindness. I mean, obviously, because I made them, I know where to look, and my brain will naturally draw to where it knows the mistakes are. That's more to the point. But what I didn't want was something like this, where you look at it and go, well, that looks wrong, and that looks wrong, and that looks wrong, even though, arguably, you didn't do it wrong. I wanted it to be even, I wanted it to be nice, and although, as I say, this is perfectly pleasant, and it has the single thread down the side, which would make the join literally invisible, because you would add another thread. I mean, I don't know if you can see it well enough. Or something black for it to go on top of. Hang on. That's right. There's a bit of a cable jam. So I put this on it and it focuses. You can't really see, but basically you do cross twist and twist, so you get quite a firm grid. And then here you get a cross and one thread just bibbles out down the side. Because you would then sew in with another one, you can do the double twists as you leap between them, and you have two. You have this on one side, another one, and then you have a pair of threads that cross. That's right, I need to do this with wider angle. So you'd have it and a bud on this side. So let's put it's attached, it doesn't help. Why is everything attached when I don't want it to be? I need a stand in. And I haven't got anything small. I'll have this lot to do. So this is my stand-in, right? Pile of magnets, by the way. But what you do is you take a pair of threads and you cross them, twisty round the loops, right? And then they come out, and you go cross, twisty, cross, twisty, and you would make a 100% invisible join between these, and that's fine. That truly is. But what I have with the way I've done it is you basically butt the two loops together and you go from the join here round once, up through, and then round and kind of hook round the circle butts, so you hook round the middles, and then back round, down through the hole, round, hook, and then you do the same coming back down the other way, so you sew both sides, because in the first bit I only did one side and it kind of made it wonky, so we did that. Hang on. So yeah, you have. So it means that there are technically 3 threads when there should be 2, but it is done with tiny ass thread, and as a result, it really doesn't show that much, and that's quite good. And as I proved with the work before, let me just check something. I'm pretty sure that's not what's in here. No, that's not what's in there. That's right, I have tins of things. But it is one of those things, is that if you're really, really close up, you can see it's fatter. But, because, well, of course, it's a third fatter, because it's got an extra thread in it. But from a distance, it really doesn't show that much. And because it's wound in pattern, you don't see it. You really don't see it. It's not like there's 5 threads when there should be 2. There is 3 when there should be 2. And you have to be very careful with it for tension, because obviously you've got enough so there's no spare, but not enough that you pulled it tight and pulled it out of shape. So it's a bit of a bitch to do, and holding this stuff is like holding a cloud. It's so light. One sneeze and it's on the floor. But we have practiced. Yeah, we have practiced, and we're happy with how it's come out, to be honest. 1, 2. Yeah, that's the third one. So let's do this one. So we are pleased with ourselves. That's how that came out. Even though I explained to people how I did it, they were like, "Oh, you need to do a video." And it's like, dude, I do it with it 2 inches from my nose. I cannot do it as a video. I cannot have a camera in a position where you will see the faintest thing as to what I do. Because I always have done. If I'm going to work on it, I will have, you know, it'll be like the equivalent of me working with it there. And so while I focus on it and take my glasses off, there's no, you know, there's almost not even enough room to put a camera in the way. And even if I wore a head cam, you're not really going to see it because, well, you know, it's going to be kind of on the end of my nose. I'm all but leaving snot trail down it. You know, it is frightening, but that's just the way my brain works. And I do the same with reading. So, I do most things by default 1/2 inch from my face, so just because my eyesight's poorly, and that's what I'm used to doing. Even when my eyesight wasn't shocking, so before my eyesight, even though I had eye tests and my vision was fine, I still naturally held things a lot closer than most people. It just was comfortable. It was a comfortable position for my arms for me. And maintainable for like reading a book and all the rest of it. My arms didn't get so tired. And, you know, you go to the optician and they say, "Can you read this?" And I, you know, instantly bring it to my normal distance. And they put it on my lap and said, "But I don't read it there." And they kind of look really concerned. And I go, "I hold it here." And they look at me with this kind of big wide-eyed, and it's like, "But I always have." And it's not because I need new glasses. In fact, often I end up taking my glasses off because you know, I'm now old and need reading prescription and all the rest of it. You know, they can hardly give me a reading prescription that allows me to hold something 2 inches from my nose. Whereas originally I pretty much could focus on my own eyelashes. It's being older has meant my eyes have, I won't say gotten worse, but they have done what everybody's eyes do, which is they're no longer capable of quite the gymnastics they were when they were younger. Yeah, I used to. Very much. You know, I can almost stick my finger in my eye and focus on the print. Now, she says, now I can't focus be closer than what must be 4 inches from my face. Not easily, at least. But that's why people get long-sighted as they get older, is your eyes are no longer capable of quite the same tensional gymnastics they used to do. So, yeah, got a reading prescription. It's quite a hefty reading prescription, but then I got shitty eyesight, so it's slightly less surprising. But it does mean that there are times when it's borderline for my glasses, in the sense of they have a reading prescription designed for where I read, give or take a bit. But sometimes it's just better for me to take, because originally I couldn't see beyond the end of my nose. I literally, if I put my hand like that on the end of the nose and my thumb was on the end of my nose, I could not focus on this finger. Whereas now, It's got to be a foot. I mean, yeah, I can probably focus where the camera is to about there without my glasses. So I can now see further without my glasses. Huzzah! Because originally I couldn't see beyond my own face. Now I can read and do some things, and with a bit of squinting, I can even read the computer screen. I mean, not the tiny bits, but I can read the computer screen with a bit of squinting. I've got a -6.5 prescription. I really can't see shit. But I can now... I mean, if I took my glasses off, I can see enough, because I'm used to how they look, to do my lace making. I can't quite see the pinholes, to be fair. I can see that there are pinholes, because it goes darker, and I can see kind of like the lines down the edge, and I can tell where the spots are, and I can see some of the ones here, and if I stare at it a long time, I can see spots, but I don't think I'd be that accurate in actually pinpointing one. There's a pin. So if I try for that one there, no. I mean, I think I'm in one. I am. I'm actually in the one I thought when I leant forward. So I can't really see the pin like that. It disappears a bit. I mean, I can see there's something shiny. But not quite. I mean, if I put my finger behind it, I can see it quite clearly. Well, not clearly, but I can tell very much there's a pin, because the pin head looks more like a little flower, but because it's so blurry, but I can see a lot further than I used to. So it does mean that sometimes it's just easier. Like when I was looking to try and untangle the pins earlier, I put my chin kind of down here on the bottom of the pillow. I think I was just off camera, and I was looking at the pins without my glasses on, and it was crystal clear. I could see it. I mean, if I'm here, I mean, you can't see me, but my head is that far from off camera, and so and obviously I'm kind of nose down to the cushion, but I can see all of the nearby threads quite clearly. So, you know, my vision has... I mean, my dad always joked that when I got older, maybe there'd be a day I didn't need my glasses. No, Father, that was you. You didn't need your glasses. My dad's prescription, although he had a prescription, and he moaned about it, frankly, night and day. His prescription was -0.25. My glasses were out by that. I wouldn't even notice. Absolutely would not notice. I wouldn't even feel it. I wouldn't even get a headache. But he swore on his life he couldn't see without them, and it's like, seriously, I know that's not true. But he was adamant. But to be fair, I think a number of my friends have basically said my dad was an undiagnosed autistic, because back then it was not really something that was talked about or admitted to, because obviously if your child was a bit wonky, yeah, that was kind of where mine is. Mine was kind of my eyeball to about the end of my nose. Now, so this is in your future, Tench, you may find that when you reach my age, reading a book without your glasses is actually quite practical, and in fact desirable, because it's harder to read with glasses on than it is without. Your eyes get more tired because they're not fighting your glasses, because they will give you a reading prescription, but you may find your reading prescription means that bottom part of your glasses becomes basically glass and nothing more. So you can take your glasses off and read quite comfortably. As I said, I tend to hold my books quite close. But if I hold it where I would hold a book, I take my glasses off, and I can read that perfectly clearly. And it's not just because it's got a big font on it. I mean, if I take my tube of shit that I was waving around earlier and hold it, I can read even the, I won't say small print, but this print here, which is about the same as a book, I can read that where I would normally hold a book. Looking at the back for slightly smaller print. Yeah, if I hold that where I'd hold a book, I can read the whole back of this tube. I know it's shiny, which is a bit of a bitch, but I can't do much about that. But I can read the whole of that tube where I'd hold a book. And it's not hold a book to my face. It is hold a book. And as I was saying, I do kind of rest my hands on my boobs, so, and I've got big boobs, so, you know, do not think that that's kind of armpit height. But rest my arms and hands around my boobs, that's where I'd hold a book, and that's where I can now see. So, in your future, you may find that you join me in this, in that you will get to a point where you can at least read a book or a packet of something or without your glasses, and that if you come to do anything kind of crafty or of that kind of ilk, or you're under a cupboard trying to look at something small, you know, which way round does this go, the easier answer will be to take your glasses off, and now your head fits better because you don't have to fight your glasses. So, you know, it does actually have some advantage, you know. Everyone and their dog sending emails today. Huh. This author's released a book 6 months ago. Yeah, well, that was 6 months ago. I've already bought it. That's one of the things that does annoy me is when, hey, we've got this thing. Well, you must know I've already bought it because you've got my account. The cameras I've got in my house, my Logitech cameras. I noticed last night that it wasn't saving the footage, and I contacted and then went in because, you know, I wanted to check something, and realised that the subscription hadn't renewed itself like it was supposed to. And so I contacted them, and they kind of went, oh, is that for this camera? And I went, yeah. And I said, and it's 3 friends. And they kind of went, oh, okay. Well, we seem to have a problem with that at the moment. I said, well, that's what you said last year. Oh. Well, we can give you 3-month thing while it's being looked at. Right. That's what you said last year. It's what you did. And then you sorted it and took my money, and I had a subscription. This actually should have been valid till June. Oh. Well, if you give us all the MAC address of your other devices, just look on my account. What is the point? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but if I log into my account and then click I need help, and it kind of goes, thank you, Miss Kimber, you know, transferring you to the help dude after you fought with the AI bot usually. So you speak to the person. Can you confirm your name, please? Yes, I'm so-and-so. Right. Blah, 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 blah. Can you confirm this? Well, I've already logged in, dude. Can you tell me what, you know, it'd be like, you know, the usual AI bot. Let's say it's Amazon. You know, which product are you having problems with? Click that one. Can you confirm that this is the one? Yes. Get to speak to a person. So what order number is it? What was the point of me selecting all of that, Sharon? Why is it that you know my name, my products, and then the moment I actually speak to you, you ain't got a clue, and I now need to give it to you all over again? It was the same with a number of the utility holders here in the UK when you used to phone them up. You know, you'd phone in and it would go, right, before we actually put you in the queue, we need to know your account number and like your date of birth and the phone number and, you know, how many digits are in this and how many letters are in that. And it would basically do a full security check on you. And then the moment you got to speak to a person, oh, can I take your account number, please? I've just given you all of this. And can I take your name, please? Can I take the first line of your address, please? Can you confirm this thing for you? Can you confirm that thing for you? Bitch, I've already done all of this. And so, and then when once you've done all of those hoops, and you go, right, great. So, you know, what can you do about this? Oh, no, we don't deal with that in this department. I'll put you through to this. And then you'd have to go through it all again. And then you get to the end and they go, oh, no, you were in the right department. I'll transfer you back. And then you have to go through it all again. And I had this with BT once. My phone stopped working. And as a result, so did my internet. And I phoned them up because I'd reported the fault. And they did the usual shenanigans of, well, of course, if we find a fault and it turns out to be something you've done, that'll be £180, madam. I'm sorry, what? So you're telling me if I've got a fault in my phone in my house, even though it was the phone you provided, you'll charge me £180 for coming out and finding out that it was the phone that you provided that doesn't work? Yes, madam. Okay. Slightly uncomfortable with that. Anyway, I had to cancel it because I was only going to have to work, and then rebooked it, and they charged me. Even though I'd given them a week, you know, most of a week's notice, they'd charged me for it. And I must have bounced around 6 different people, having to authenticate each time with each person and re-explain what the problem was to each and every freaking one. And in the end, I did finally get hold of a really nice lady who kind of saw my problem. And she said, well, I can see you cancelled it days in advance. And I went, right. And then they charged me. And she goes, well, yeah, that shouldn't happen. I'll revert that. And I went, oh, and she goes, and I said, well, why couldn't the others do that? And she said, I don't know. All of them could have done that. And I went, I've been on the phone nearly an hour, constantly authenticating myself and proving I'm me and all the rest of it. And you're telling me the first dude could have done it. And she went, yeah. Yeah, it didn't make me happy. But I mean, not her fault, but certainly didn't cheer me up because, you know, I'd wasted, you know, by the time I'd finished talking to her, it'd got to be 90 minutes on a phone call to effectively a premium rate number because they'd scammed me out of 180 quid. But she was nice. So. But yeah, the Logitech girl was not much help last night. Because, yeah, but you said that last year. Oh. Well, yeah, but, doesn't really cover it. You know, why have I got to tell you, again, that your stuff is thing? Why is it that, you know, you sorted it out last year and once again, it's screwed up and you didn't think to write and say, we're currently having problems with our system, you know, if you wish to renew, please do the following or something. No, you said literally nothing. And I've had to notice that the service for which I have currently paid up, you are not providing, and I'm the one notifying you, and yet you already know about it, so it's not like you didn't know. Problem is that the service that this lot do with their cameras, nobody else really does. Not in the same way. The nearest is Ring, but then I'd have to have outside cameras, and that means I've got to get power run to the outside, which I don't currently have in many places. I do have somewhere where there is outside power from the light that the guys broke. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I have thought about replacing that with a Ring camera with lights on it, because you can get those now. And so it has a sensor on it and it'll pop up and record and provide light and all of the above. So I have thought about doing that because, well, that's a simple answer to that. Because they bust the light, I need new light anyway. So I have considered that one. But it's not ideal. Distinctly not ideal. And I'm not sure how easy it is to, because of the fitting that's currently on there, I'm not sure how easy that would be. Because obviously I'm not just attaching it to the wall with like a USB socket on the end of it. It's got 2 mains cables poking out, kind of live wiry looking. Have a quick look. Ring camera outdoor. So, for example, you get something like that. I mean, it's ugly, but you know, something like that. But of course, they don't show you anything to do with the actual cabling. And there might be a video. Hang on.
Enhance your home security with the Ring Floodlight Cam Wired Plus. Experience clear 1080 pixel HD video.
Yeah, don't sound like an AI bot. Just show me the shit.
Featuring a built-in security.
Shut up. Let's have a look. I just want to get to the wiring bit, please, because I saw a bit with the back plate. I wanted to see the back plate. Oh, great. So the thumbnail shows you that there's the black plate, and it's not in the video. Well, that's a bit shit. So it doesn't show you what it actually needs to connect. Shut up, animal! You are so annoying, woman. Could you make just a hair less noise? I mean, the fact that it's got one of those little kind of roundy things that it sits on, I'd like to think that I could use what I've got. Let me see if I can find it on Google. Oh, fine. Everything just has a delay on it. I don't know if you've noticed this, but literally everything has delays on it now. So, for example, I'm on my phone because, well, that's where I clearly do a lot of these things. I click in the text box, and it takes 2 seconds before it'll bring up the word paste in a. Now, obviously, if I was about to type, maybe I wouldn't want it to come. But 2 seconds is long enough that you think it's not happening. So then you click on it again, and of course it comes and goes. And yeah. Okay. That doesn't look too bad. Ring installing the thing. Fucking stop asking me if I want to accept your bloody cookies. Just take the fucking cookies. Yeah. I mean, I was talking. We had a discussion at work. Who remembers the process working icon in Windows? The little egg timer. You never see that these days. But you will get a 5-second wait and then a little spinning icon in the... But not on your mouse pointer, on the application. But the 5 seconds it takes before that bothers to show, you're left sitting there going, well, did I click it? What's it doing? Have I broken it? Is it going to die? And then eventually it might go... Bring back the use of the busy icon cursor. Okay. Put on the plastic thing. Take a mains outlet. Okay. Put the thing. Secure the wires to the terminals. Okay. I can have a go and look. I have a feeling this might actually work. Fix the thing. Turn the power on. I might get one and do that actually. I might get that one and do that. After all, I do get my bonus, so I might actually do that. And then I could move the camera that's that end to this end where I've got no cover because, well, the duck cam broke. For those who remember me having duck cam, the duck cam sadly broke. Considering it was one of the latest ones I bought, it was kind of annoying, but duck cam broke. Well, it's not dead, it just won't do anything now. It fires up and it sits there spinning with its thumb off its butt, basically. So, I don't know what it's doing, but it seems to be basically broken. Because none of the resets or anything seem to cheer it up, so whatever's wrong with it seems pretty kind of consistently best. And not that I feel desperately in need of having cameras everywhere, but what I could do is put some up in the back garden as well. Because that could be kind of useful. Well, that reminds me, I need to go and check the craft room one, because for some reason I got a message last night saying that the craft room one wasn't working, or it was broken, or that it was open or something. I don't remember what it said, because when I asked it to repeat, because I said to it, set my alarm in home mode, it went, I went, can you repeat that? And it kind of went, and I was like, well, I didn't hear what you said because I wasn't expecting you to speak to me, so I wasn't actually listening. I wasn't expecting words, and I was half asleep, and, you know, if you mutter at me, because I don't know what it's like, I don't know if you guys have this, but sometimes, because I have my bitch face device on quite quiet in my bedroom, for obvious reasons, I don't want it to scare the shit out of me in the middle of the night, I have to be listening to it. Otherwise, you know, it's just this kind of in the background. So, of course, if I didn't hear it, I didn't hear it. Oh, it's offline. Okay, so it's run out of batteries. So, the patios, the craft room's out, offline. The hall's offline, I knew that. Sitting room's low battery again, for fuck's sake. Probably because I'm in here a lot. And of course, as we all know, the sitting room door is open, so okay. I need to put some batteries in. Rory, you're not helping. Oh, hang on, stupid bird thing needs me to poke him. Hang on. Right, let's finish this little bit because we really don't have a lot to do before we finished page 10. In fact, just this one here. And we can say we did another inch. Rory, jogging me while I'm doing this does not make friends, you know? I am going to do... this line here. Actually, it's not quite inch 10. Inch 10 is this line here, so... but it's good enough. We have effectively got to inch 9. Yeah, it's a good place to finish. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. We haven't borrowed any from the one over there, so that's good. Make sure it'll fit. There we go. Over like that. Okay, and then we get camera and we take a photograph because that's the right thing to do. one thing I really do hate about phone cameras is that because of where the camera is on the back, you inevitably at some point have picked it up or handled the camera. And of course, now I need the screen to be 1,000 times brighter because I can't see it under the light. Okay. I can't see where it is. But it means that you put your big fat fingers all over it, which is inevitably an issue. And you just kind of, so much like your glasses, I'm sure Tenchi, you have the same problem with glasses. You seem to spend your entire life cleaning glasses and doing things. Every time I go to take a photograph, I pretty much have to clean the back, the covering for my glasses, which looks like it needs replacing because I've just noticed it's got a big crack over the one bit. Which, considering I don't drop my phone or do anything interesting with my phone, is surprising, but there we go. However, here we go. We have basically made inch 10. I'm claiming 10 inches, bite me. So let me update this to say 10 inches because, well, it's motivational as well, to an extent, to see 10 inches. So there you go, it says 10 inches now. So we've done nearly we've basically done a quarter, even if we are rounding up. We've done a quarter of this strip, so can't argue with that. Obviously we've got to that doesn't add up because I haven't updated this. We are there. Never noticed that before. I forgot all about that. There you go. Progress 49 inches out of 273. There you go. To be honest, there really is the temptation to do one long strip and chop it up. Because we can. Because as we already know that we're allowing for a bit top and bottom to roll it over and do things, we could arguably very much just make one long strip and chop it up. Because we're doing the alternating thing, there would just be a big gap in the middle. You know, if I got to the bottom of this, I mean, obviously this is not the best example, but because this is not the end of this pattern, there's 2 more parts to it. But let's say this was the end of one. I could leave a bit of a gap and attach strip 1 to it, and then, you know, join the end of strip 1 to the top of this, and just keep going. But I do quite like starting the top so that the top is all clean, with a fresh set of wound bobbins and all of that. That's quite a good plan. I quite like that. So yeah, I'm going to do some more tatting over the weekend to remind those who were sleeping earlier or not here. This is my current piece of tatting. I do have a bunch of other colours. Hang on. Depends which box is which. This doesn't feel like the right one. That's a white one. Oh, I touched you! Oh my goodness God. I touched the dog. I touched the dog with a box. Anyone would think I shot it in the arse. Well, if you weren't hiding behind me when I put my box down, I wouldn't have touched you, would I? Come here. I've got colours. I have colours now. So I can do that. I have colours. I've gone with purple at the moment, which is the missing one. So, hang on. Here is my purple. So I've gone with purple and white. I've got blue, green, pink, sort of sandy colour, beige. I was thinking of doing beige and colours, but I quite like white and the colours, because even the beige will come out quite nicely against the white. It will still show. But I've got kind of flowery kind of colours, for want of a better word. So that's kind of what this is. So I've got my white one. Put these in here to get them off the table, which is a good thing. If I put this in upside down, it will fit, because it'll fit enough. That's a good thing. Put these back over there. Come here. Come on. Rory, come on. Did I touch the doggy butt while he wasn't looking? He is kind of sensitive to that. Did I scare you by touching the doggy butt while you were half snoozing and I moved and you weren't paying attention? Did I? Did I, little nose? Did I? I have little nose now. Look, will you, Amy? Can you stop scraping the blanket off my knee? And what is up with your eye? Have you got a scratch in your eye? Come here. Let me look. I need to look. Alright, have you got dog hair in your eye or something? Because your eye keeps weeping. Let me look in your eye. Come here. Let me look. Woman. It's probably a small dog hair. That's usually... No, I can't see anything. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. It just seems like you've constantly got a bit of a weepy eye. I got a new duvet for my lap. So those who remember, I used to have a duvet. Well, now I've got a duvet in a cover. And because it's bigger and fluffier, the dogs like it. But what also happens is Amy decides that she wants to stand on my leg, for which she is very bad at doing. If as your child, so if you think of a small child trying to walk on something like a waterbed or on a mattress where their feet aren't steady, so they kind of stagger around a bit like a drunk. That's what she does on my leg. And in doing that, she basically, because she doesn't stand in the middle of my leg, she stands one side or the other, she pulls the duvet constantly off it. And considering the duvet is there because the door is open for you, dear darling animals. Hello, Rory. Are you feeling a bit better now? Are you not scared? Because although it's not that cold out there, it can be. And my legs like being warmer than the rest of me, so duvet is a good plan. I do get slightly annoyed when they just pull it off my legs, because then they know where my leg is, because they can, within an atom, place their feet on the same place each and every time. So don't be telling me they can't do better. Stop licking my hand! I love you dearly, but I don't want my hand licked. I don't. No. Right. Thank you for enjoying my rantathon stroke lace making session, as always. It has been good to have you amongst, to join me for this. I'm scratching Rory in case you're wondering what the noise is. Squishy, squishy, squishy. Oh, Amy! No need to headbutt me. Don't bite my fingers, Rory. For God's sake, animals. Do you want nuggets or do you want a slap? That's your choice at the moment. Yeah, you want the nuggets. I know you do. Well, then stop acting like you need the slap. I did get very cross with them. Either at the beginning of the week or on Sunday. It was... they kept doing something. And I'm sure, like all people, we all know that when you're trying to hear something because you thought you heard a funny noise, everything for 1,000 miles is really annoying, right? So, for example, you know, someone breathing. Will you stop it? Someone breathing. No longer are they just breathing. They go, and you're just like, I can't hear. Can you quit with the noise, right? And dogs will lick their lips and shake their heads and bang their tails on everything and dance around on the floor, making the most noise that they can manage without actually barking, right? But last time they were doing something and it was constantly licking their lips and constantly chewing things in. My dogs grind their teeth, so they go nom, 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 nom. And it was like, quit it. And in the end I got the anti-dog biting thing. So it's a puppy spray and it's for anti-biting and it's bitter as fuck and they don't like it, and I put it on my post box. So I think they were licking my hands a lot as well, so I sprayed my hands with it. Oh my god, you'd have thought I'd ripped their heads off. The looks on their faces when they kept doing it, and every time they did it, they got basically a mouthful of this bitter shit. And they're not allergic to it, but it makes Amy froth at the mouth a bit because it makes her produce a lot of saliva because it's quite bitter and horrible. And the look, it was like I pissed on their dinner. It was that kind of look, right? And you do have this, and so I do it because I am trapped with them 24/7 kind of thing. We do occasionally get on each other's nerves, and I realise that. And standing on my leg is not helping, Rory, because you're not standing on my leg, you're falling off my leg and taking the damn duvet with it. Now, if you stay there, that is standing on my leg, but you won't stay there. So you've just moved, and now you're trying to stand on a duvet that is not supported by anything. This is kind of, stop licking my hands. Stop licking my hand. I saw you think about it. Stop licking my hand. Thank you. It gets a bit much sometimes, and I do love them, and I understand that licking is their way of showing affection, but sometimes, like, you know, if it's your face and you can't breathe, it needs to stop, you know. And I don't need wet hands. Pick a different bit, but not a jumper, because that just bores my piss. I said don't lick my hands. And don't be pretending they don't know what I'm talking about, because the moment you look at, if you catch their eye, they kind of go, I wasn't doing it. Stop it. By the way, all you're hearing is me doing this. It's nothing. I'm not exactly slapping the shit out of my dog. I said stop it. Maybe I should slap you around the chops instead of tapping you on the shoulder. That's my face. Marginally more acceptable at this time. Because it's not that I don't love you. And I am going to buy you nuggets. Yes. Okay. Even though, right now, I don't think you deserve any nuggets. No. No. Whoever pooped in the hall twice this week. Looking at you. Yes. Because I know exactly who pooped in the hall, because it's on fucking camera. Can you stop molesting me? I am not a playground. Don't grumble. I am not a playground. I'm not here to be climbed like a mountain goat. Because what you can't tell is when she decides to do a lot of that, she will stand on my boobs. So she's got her back legs on my boobs, her ass in my face, and then wonders why she's kind of falling off my knee. Well, yeah. You're a bit big for that. So yeah, there isn't really enough room and length between boob and knee for you. And don't lick my hand. No licking of the hand. Jesus Christ, you'd think that these things would die. You do know you get fed every day, just like I do. We eat once a day minimum. You get snacks and treats and things. But it is time for ordering of food. It is 7:30 after all. So I thank you all for joining me. I will be back for sure, 2 o'clock next Friday, as always. Maybe before, if work be willing, and tempers and everything frayed. The problem is for whatever reason, is just as I'm feeling better, work takes a dive every single time. And you, Tench, good luck, everybody. As I say, I should be back for sure next Friday. I keep trying to aim to do something in between. But as I say, every time I'm just about to kind of think about it, I'll spend all day going, yeah, I could do that. Yeah, maybe we'll do one tonight. Work will then go, oh, we need you to do more hours. And then by the time I've eaten and stuff, it's like 9 o'clock at night, and I ain't streaming starting at 9 o'clock at night when I've got to be up at 7, well, working for 7 in the morning. So, yeah. Take care, everybody, and I shall see you next time. Bye-bye.